So that idea has to be explained because it must be by done. There must be a scientific but the others are just at the research stage. So you commit a little bit of money. Like now I did a pilot for solar. So that one is encouraged. So you took some money, put all these young engineers imported the solar cells, put them. I want you to become panels, which is more efficient. What young market coming from China. Then you also compute how much it will cost you. So they do as a research. So they have come up with a lot the academic is like tested even in very low light. Dim the lights to see how it works. So what are you intending to do? So that is approved. So that one is approved. That's the research. Let me for that's the encouragement. Now this is tested. Now I say I'm going to put some assembly branch. This one is what is the company commit grant to put a solar hazard plant that you're going to put an okay? You can approve of to fit it approve of concept because you want to check whether it is impossible. You want to be more reliable. You want to have a brand as can you don't get a pound of it's better even for the better than the right then from there now, from there when you implement it now, there's another, now that's a capital. Then after that, there's another level of scale. When you start producing all of that scale, this is now starting to marketing.
But this manufacturer, you also use big technology.
Sorry?
From China, Malaysia.
You just put an asset. Both the cells.
But it must be like
the cells are best suppliers. The one China are very complicated. When they make this part, they don't want also to know what can be done. So very Chinese are going for example, they know what the American supply. But the American suppliers are very because they got
when I drink that,
that's good. Because I have money. The concept is very good. Thank you. That's when you change the concept. Actually, as a person, you can change the concept. Because the research is like but you still, of course, you can also use that.
So now you put those things without thinking what happened. But you must demonstrate like me, I can tell you I've failed. I failed. Cover this one I went. When what I find out, see, when you bring a located budget, I thought, see, look at my own I thought, what I should do. You can present it in a way that to say no. And in fact, this is another young person that made the opportunity there. And I tell her that if this thing starts at not us, we'll be looking for this. So you go to look at this. This is the price because we cannot market it. They start seeing how like so they are so you get a people, how you get that? You know very well the money is not. So you tell them, Ila sound. Tu sababu hebu angalia sasa hivi. Kwanza kitu ni mzito, naona nikiguza tu. A very good morning, ladies and gentlemen, and welcome to KETRACO's second annual research conference. Our theme is towards sustainable transformation of electricity. Sorry. Apologies for that. Our theme is towards sustainable transformation of electricity infrastructure development in Kenya. Welcome again, ladies and gentlemen. Asanteni sana. Thank you for bracing the weather. Thank you for being patient with us. Thank you for bracing the traffic. We really appreciate. We are really excited. I hope you're excited. I hope you're expectant today. We are looking forward to an exciting day. All I urge you to do is stay engaged, stay focused. We have a good lineup of speakers who are going to keep us engaged, and we have a wonderful program for the day. At this particular point, I want to invite Engineer Christine Mauka to come and give us a word of prayer so that we can start our day. Please, Christine, just come over and we can be able to start. Christine is a seasoned electrical engineer, O&M, for those who do not know, and she's also a member of the research committee. So Christine, karibu sana. We can begin with a word of prayer. Shortly after the word of prayer, we will all rise for the national anthem, that we are going to do the Kenya national anthem and the East African national anthem. Thank you.
Good morning. Let's all rise for a word of prayer. Our Heavenly Father, in the mighty name of Jesus Christ, we come before you, Lord, this morning. We want to thank you for the gift of life. We want to thank you, Lord, for this new day. We don't take it for granted that, Lord, we are alive and we are given us to come to this place of this function, oh Lord. We want to invite you, Jehovah, Lord, in this place, oh Father, as we start this conference, the second annual research conference for KETRACO. We pray that, Lord, your presence will be with us, O King of Glory. I want to present everybody that will participate, O my Father, in any way, that King of Glory, you may give them the strength, the good health, and even you may watch over us, O God. We thank you and we worship you, Jehovah Father, that in this place, Lord, you will protect us, you will watch over us. You will lead us, you will guide us in everything. You give us wisdom and understanding in everything that we do. When we come to the end of this ceremony today, we shall remember to give glory and to worship your holy name. In Jesus' name.
Thank you. Let's remain upstanding, kindly. Let's remain upstanding. I will request we sing the first stanza of the national anthem in Kiswahili, and we shall also sing the first stanza of the East Africa anthem also. So, thank you. Let's
Afrika Mashariki, tuwezeshe kuishi kwa amani, tutimize na malengo yetu. Jumuiya yetu sote tuilinde, tuwajibike, tuimarishe umoja wetu, nguzo yetu idumu jumuiya yetu.
Thank you very much. Please have your seats. At this particular point, I would want to invite Mr. Cecil Otia, who's the banqueting and conferencing manager of the Serena Hotel, to just come up on stage, give us a brief, a very short brief on security and COVID protocols. And as I welcome Cecil, I know we are in a new time. Previously, before the pandemic, we were not having these blue things we are wearing. Now we have to wear them. And there has been a transition. What are some of the protocols that we must observe? Please, karibu and welcome. Thank you.
Good morning. Welcome to the Serena Hotel. My name is Cecil Otia. I'm the banqueting and conference manager of the Serena Hotel. A quick brief in terms of security, health security, general security, and the facility I have in the hotel. In case of fire, just in case there is a fire emergency, you use the two entrances door for exit and move to the outside the car park across the park. We have an assembly point there. We are still praying, we are sure that there will be no fire. But if there is fire, that you just exit these doors, or in case the emergency is on the other side, then use the doors at the back, and you will move to, you'll be guided by our team. Okay. That's for in case of fire and alarm. Sometimes there may be false alarm. If it's a false alarm, our team will also be guided as well. In case of health emergency, we report a standby hotel nurse on duty who can be called in a short notice to come and attend to the health emergency. Okay. In addition, we have hotel nurse doctor who can be called, and also we have surgical ambulance in case there is an evacuation to the hospital, and we are within the close proximity to Nairobi Hospital. And in case somebody wants to go for call of nature, either side of this ballroom, left side, we have set of washrooms for the emergency, total of 12 on each side, so they are sufficient to take care of us. And for COVID protocol, like David has mentioned, we're in the COVID period. This hotel is COVID compliant, and we have a certificate for that. Basics is that, first of all, you need to wash your hands, keep distance from each other. So the chairs, the way they are arranged, they should try to maintain a reasonable distance. You should also use the sanitizers that we have. Over and above that, when you take your breaks here, we are trying to avoid situations where people are going to be crowded. We try to keep distance and go to serve yourself. When you serve yourself your meals, not everybody is right-handed, but we wear one glove on the right-hand side. There's hand that you'll be using to dispense or to serve yourself food. You wear a glove during that. When that time comes, that is lunchtime, or any other time you're going to pick what food, you wear a glove on your right-hand side. That hand is that's what you use to pick the service food to serve yourself. General security is at this hotel. It's 24-hour guard. We have police entries at the entrance, both exit and entrance, so that assures you of our security, of the general security. I think I've covered most of the things, and just once again to just wish you a successful conference, and we'll be with you. Use the word to make sure everything is perfect. Once again, welcome.
Thank you. Let's appreciate.
Thank you very much. Let's appreciate it. Much appreciated. Ladies and gentlemen, I just want to mention that we are in a digital era. So we are officially streaming live on our Facebook and YouTube pages. So this event is being streamed live, and I want to just appreciate our corporate communication team for enabling that to happen. So, by a show of hands, how many people attended our first research conference in 2019? We have a few hands. It was at the Intercontinental. A few hands here. Thank you very much. You are officially also our hosts. And for those people who are joining us for the very first time, karibuni sana. KETRACO's research conference. This is the second research conference that we are holding. You are now officially our ambassadors. Please be coming every year to support us in this. Now, without further ado, there is a quote by somebody called Albert Gates. He was a Nobel Peace Prize. And this is what he said. Research is to see what everybody else sees, but to think what nobody else has thought. Let that simmer for a minute. Research is to see what everybody else has seen, but to think what nobody else has thought. Ladies and gentlemen, are we ready today to think differently? Are we? Let me hear a yes. Are we ready to think differently from the research that you're going to get? Yes, thank you very much. My name is David Kairoki. I'm the manager in charge of the ICT at KETRACO, and I'm also a member of the research and development committee at KETRACO. I will be your MC for the day. Without further ado, we are now ready for the opening remarks and the welcome remarks. To give these opening remarks is none other than Dr. Lawrence Jogo Kimani. Allow me to briefly just bring a bit of his bio so that you can be able to know him a little bit more. Specifically because he is a bit new to KETRACO, but we shall not new in the sector, not new in the industry. Dr. Lawrence Jogo Kimani is an experienced strategic management professional with over 20 years of experience in strategic analysis, research, and entrepreneurship. Prior to joining KETRACO, he was heading corporate planning research at ICT Authority and has worked at the National Sports Fund and Goodit International. He has published several journals. That's how we know Dr. Jogo is really a researcher at heart. He holds a PhD doctorate degree, a doctorate of philosophy in entrepreneurship, a master's in entrepreneurship. It's a double master's in entrepreneurship and a master's in strategic management from the Jomo Kenyatta University, and he also his bachelor's is in mathematics and business studies at the University of Nairobi. He's currently working as the general manager, research and compliance in the Kenya Electricity Transmission Company, and he is very passionate about new knowledge, research, and journal writing. Here's one unique thing about Dr. Kimani. He's very passionate about people, and specifically the kids who are out there and less fortunate. So he'll be found helping street kids, running an orphanage, and being just part of the community to be able to just help and give back to the community. Ladies and gentlemen, if there is a man we have seen who's strategic, is passionate, is really transformational, and is ready to change the sector and the public sector, please join me in welcoming Dr. Lawrence Jomo Kimani. Karibu sana. Round of applause.
Thank you, MC. Principal Secretary, Minister of Energy, Dr. Engineer Joseph Duroni, Managing Director, EDC, researchers and presenters, the KETRACO management and staff, invited guests, all protocols observed. Ladies and gentlemen, good morning. It is my pleasure to welcome you to KETRACO's second annual conference. The conference is an annual event by the company that seeks to involve policy discussions to inform policy pronouncement for as far issues around electricity transmission is concerned. This year research conference is guided by the theme towards sustainable transformation of electricity transmission infrastructure development and operation in Kenya. This conference is as a sort of our recognition that there is need to develop and expand knowledge in our field and the need for business engineering, innovations, and introducing new products, processes, and services. It is unacceptable that research and development plays a critical role in the innovation process. And as an organization, we have mainstreamed this in our management philosophies and policies. It is undisputed that research and development plays a critical role in the innovation process of any organization. KETRACO recognizes the role of research and development in developing innovations in business engineering aimed at creating a world-class electricity transmission infrastructure that is available, stable, and safe. Through research and development, KETRACO seeks to position itself strategically in its changing and operational environment in as far as energy sector is concerned. KETRACO will continue to work with other players in the energy sector to ensure that the electricity value chain is stable, reliable, safe, and efficient country. As you know, energy remains a key enabler in achieving Kenya Vision 2030 and the Big Four agenda. Hence, research and development activities will act as a catalyst in accelerating the achievement of the two development policy initiatives, justifying the underpinning of today's research conference. Our chief guest, allow me to highlight research and development at KETRACO. The company has made milestones by developing its research and development policy, establishing and actualizing research and development units, and signing MOUs with various local universities. We have previously signed MOUs with some institutions of higher learning, and we are expecting to sign more with others and other research organizations in order to enhance the linkage between KETRACO's objectives and the organization initiative. This is aimed at developing new products and technologies that are in line with the fast-changing energy transmission industry trends. and also to address attendant challenges and risks. It is anticipated that the annual research conference will be a continuous program, having been officially factored in the company's calendar of events. The theme will be formulated based on key experiences, challenges, and the risks that we face and our potential opportunities. This year's research conference theme is aligned to the company's mission, that is to provide reliable, efficient, and effective electricity transmission and to promote power trade for sustainable socio-economic development. For the last 13 years, the company has been in existence. The country has seen unprecedented growth in the transmission lines covering approximately 2,412 kilometers. This presents a remarkable achievement in transmission network expansion in 13 years, compared to approximately 3,000 kilometers constructed between 1963 and 2008, about 45 years. Given the changing dynamics in design, building, operating, and maintenance of transmission infrastructure, research on dynamics is key to inform solutions for possible challenges currently faced in the electricity transmission. KETRACO projects in the last decade have seen new technologies introduced in the market. For the first time, such as 400 kV lines, 500 HVDC lines, and converter stations. We are also the first to deploy new procurement solutions via SAP and public cloud in the East and Central Africa region, even as we work to deliver the first geographical information system, that is GIS platform, called the Integrated Location Intelligence System, ILS. This will assist in to automate and enhance building management operations. This is an edge-to-edge enterprise system that will assist in mapping our assets during construction, operations, and management stages. We are also exploring the possibility of moving towards digital substations that use fiber for communication between the yards and the panel, thereby avoiding the use of vandalism-prone and expensive copper cable. We will endeavor to be at technology's cutting edge, but we also wish to demonstrate and adapt for local use some of the technologies that are available to us. We can only do this if we adopt research and development as an integral part of our philosophy. Our chief guest, this year's conference has 4 papers lined up for presentation in line with the theme. Each paper to be presented has a different policy implication. The papers are: 1, the analysis of the technical efficiency of wave acquisition process, a case study of transmission lines in Kenya. 2, analysis of the wave challenges in the power sector and its effort to electricity transmission infrastructure development in Kenya. Number 3, we have a stochastic and deterministic model of transmission line failure for optimal planning and safety of maintenance. This will inform some aspects in the asset management platform that the company intends to put up. And the last paper will be a lot of research and innovation in promoting sustainable energy transmission. Finally, our chief guest, I take this opportunity to sincerely welcome you all in this year's research conference and encourage you to play and engage. It is from the participants here today that we have future authors of research papers for our subsequent research conferences. I therefore wish to take this opportunity to encourage you to be on the lookout for our next cohort of conference papers, as we will be looking forward to you to respond to future calls and research conferences. And I believe that this will go a long way in enabling KETRACO to achieve its core mandate in delivering reliable, efficient, accessible, and sustainable electricity. Asanteni and God bless them. It is now my humble pleasure to invite Dr. Engineer John Mativo, who will start in for our MD, who is engaged somewhere else. Karibu, Engineer Mativo. Thank you and God bless you.
Thank you. Good morning, all. I'll be here briefly speaking on behalf of the MD, who is under a board meeting, so receive his apologies. But let me first acknowledge the presence of our chief guest, Engineer Joseph Jorodi, our principal secretary, who also has a long history in terms of the work for the KETRACO and the Center for Long and Convenience. The GBC MD, we appreciate your presence. I've seen senior staff from Redneck, from Kenchen, and other bodies, KEPSA, and other bodies who are here. Maybe some I not mention, but we appreciate you. Staff from KETRACO, senior management staff, and the rest of the staff, we appreciate you. And people from just different areas, the media, KETRACO appreciates that you've taken time to come here and be part of this second conference. As we deliberate issues regarding research and how it impacts on KETRACO. Briefly, KETRACO is, previous speaker spoke, we are more or less almost 30 years old, created a very big mandate to provide a backbone to ensure that we have a reliable grid that can offer Kenyans and industries SMEs with reliable power and adequate power across the whole country. So we embarked on the journey to construct transmission lines to displace those load centers that were previously supplying power using either 33 kV lines or isolated diesel generators. And we've done quite a number of them. Garissa, Lamu, Aki, ones where we displaced like diesel generators, and towns like big towns like Kitale. Other towns where actually they used to rely on long lines, and now they're running on 132 kV and above. Secondly, we also embarked on ensuring that we can evacuate power from across the whole country. And we've done quite a number of lines from one carrier, Diesel Carrier 1, AU, we have grade 4, and also done the line from Lake Turkana to ensure that power is evacuated from all parts of the country to the load centers. Third, what we had to do is also reinforce the grid, so we had areas, load centers that used to be supplied, yes, by power, but there was need to reinforce the grid in that area. So we did the line that was finished to Kisumu, Kisumu, Mombasa Nairobi line. We did the Nairobi ring around Nairobi to ensure that the ring system, 20 kV ring system across the whole country. The fourth way we embarked on is to ensure that we have a robust grid in this part of Africa. We're doing currently regional interconnectors, so we're going to connect to Tanzania, to Ethiopia, which will come in this current financial year, this calendar year. Then we hope to connect to Uganda in years to come. So we have quite a number of projects that we've done and we're still doing. But the load in terms of expectation from this country is still big for KETRACO. Our target is to increase the grid to around 15,000 kilometers plus by year 2030, between 2030 and 2035. So there's a lot of work to be done. So considering the amount of work we've done and what we need to do, we have realized that there are challenges that come along our way that run from wages, whether it's financials, challenges where we have population growth across the country, and the expectation of people out there is very, very great, what they expect in terms of compensation, the challenges that are relevant in our projects. And therefore, there's reason for us to sit and think through what you have learned and come up with ways, research methodologies and ways to improve our business. And that is key to what we'll be discussing today so that we can get things done better, because the challenges of wages are only going to increase as we continue to work. Then as we continue designing and constructing, we also need to improve our skill sets to have transmission lines that occupy less footprint. And that takes us now to operational maintenance, where with change of technology each and every day, It's important that KETRACO is abreast of what is happening in the world, but also for us to find homegrown solutions to find our challenges. So we'll also be discussing today issues regarding operational excellence. So there's a whole spectrum. What we're doing is KETRACO to see how we can move to the next phase of doing our projects and doing them more smart and much better. Research is key to what we do. Continuous development is key to KETRACO, and all the countries that are in the world, they have this big background of how they do research and develop and implement these ideas. So that's what today is all about, but I'll not take much time. It's my humble pleasure this time to invite the PS, is the chief guest for the day. I'll be later coming as a moderator where we'll enter into more discussions. So, Donna PS, Karibu, and speak.
Thank you. Thank you very much. Let me recognize the CEO of GDC who is here in my house, the very many senior staff of KETRACO, senior staff of KETRACO, and generally the senior staff in the entire sector. Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. Good morning, ladies and gentlemen.
Good morning.
We are talking about energy. Let us demonstrate that subject with our actions. How namna gani? Yes, we need to be energetic. We need to manifest energy within ourselves so that we can be able to decipher and absorb this important subject of transmission lines. Ladies and gentlemen, I want to start by appreciating the presence of a sizable number of the gender. The gender in the energy sector we normally say is marginalized, and that is the female gender. I think we have quite many ladies in the house today, so can we clap to congratulate the ladies? Thank you very much, ladies, and keep coming, and encourage your daughters, your nieces, to develop interest in the subject of energy so that later on you will actually overtake the male gender, like it has happened in very many other professions. You will find that ladies have now overtaken the men. And because we believe that you are the builders of the nation more than ourselves. When you encourage those young ones to develop interest in the energy, then we will be able to see we have a sustainable energy human capacity. So please encourage them. Allow me to just highlight a little bit of this ministry, the Ministry of Energy. Why do we exist? What is energy? One, for those who have studied the science of electricity, which is our main focus when we talk about transmission. Because usually we transmit energy in form of electricity. There is another type of energy which we transmit in form of pipelines, that is the other side of petroleum, which is also a form of energy. But our main focus today is transmission lines, which mainly transmit electricity, which the scientists and those who have studied electricity will tell you electricity is derived from electrons, so much about movement and flow of electrons along the conductors that you see traversing across the many parts of this country. So energy is our main enabler of socio-economic development. Indeed, this country is currently driven by a dream, a vision called Vision 2030. In that vision, the goal is to make Kenya a middle-income industrializing nation that offers high quality of life to its citizens. That is what Vision 2030 is about. A middle-income industrializing nation. If you are talking about industrialization, you cannot achieve industrialization without reliable, sustainable, affordable, competitively priced energy. Because if it is industries, you will be the preferred location of an industry. If you have energy defined in those variables, that it is reliable, that it is affordable, that it is competitively priced, comparative to the other countries around you, and that it is sustainable. When we talk about middle income, the status of the development of a country is measured by GDP, gross domestic product. And economists will tell you that there is a correlation between the GDP growth and the per capita consumption of energy. The high-end countries with very high GDP also have high per capita consumption of energy. For example, I think our per capita consumption of energy involved electricity is currently about 130 kilowatt hours. In the US, the per capita consumption is over 2,600. That tells you if you calculate the GDP of US, it will be as many times as the number of times that the per capita consumption of energy is compared to Kenya. So if we want to achieve middle income, we must build industries, we must electrify the nation so that we create opportunities for various uses of energy. And therefore, without energy defined in the way I have defined, that is reliable, affordable, competitively priced, and sustainable, it will be very difficult to achieve Vision 2030. In the medium-term framework, we are now focusing on the big four. This is the third term of Vision 2030 milestones, because the milestones are divided into 5-year patterns. Now we are in the third term. And the third term is focusing on the big four. And the big four is manufacturing, which relies heavily on electricity and other forms of energy. Then we talk about housing. You know very well that there is a big difference between a house which is electrified and an unelectrified house. If you don't know, you need to work with the Kenya Power staff when they are commissioning last mile projects and see the drama and the happiness with which the citizens appreciate electrification. At the same time, we are talking of coming up with what we call affordable housing, which means you must put up storage houses. And when you are putting up storage houses, you need energy for many of those activities. To climb up, to get enough water up, other services, all of them require energy. So again, universal housing, you need energy. Food and nutrition security, you need energy. We must run away from rain-fed agriculture to irrigation. In irrigation, you need energy to pump the water. More often than not, we lose a lot of food during the times of good season or rainy season. Then when it dries up, we start looking for food to feed our citizens. Yet, at a certain time, we were wasting the food. We were giving that food sometimes to animals. If you go to Nyadao, when it is after a bumper harvest of vegetables, potatoes, carrots, you will find them feeding those human consumable items to their cows because it is too much and they have no way of storage, they have no way of preservation, they have no way of conservation. How do you create conservation, preservation, and good storage? It is only by electricity. You dry the vegetables and then you keep them for raw and use them when they are needed. The last one is universal healthcare. You need electricity to drive most of the instruments that you need in healthcare. You know, we have a lot of capital flight in terms of health seeking. There are so many people flying out to seek good health. But we have excellent doctors in this country. Very well trained. But I think what they miss is good instrumentation to diagnose the patients and get to the core and the real cause of the illness. Those instruments, electricity. So, ladies and gentlemen, this enabler called energy is so critical for all our social development needs. Vision 2030, beautiful. And how did this sector start? When did we start thinking about using electricity? Because the electricity, again, it is the most versatile form of energy. Doesn't compare with any other form. It's the only energy which is available at the time, at the place, when you need it. When you get into your bedroom, you only need to switch on. It's available. The least effort. It's not like a paraffin lamp. It's not even like a gas lamp, which needs a little bit energy. You have to use some energy to light it. This one is just a switch. So it's a very versatile form of energy. And the history of the power sector dates way back. Now it is 95 years ago. The first form of electricity generation in this country happened around 1926. It was a very small generator which was put up somewhere around Gulu, a diesel generator which powered most of the areas around Nairobi and Gulu at that time. And sooner than later, there was a line which was put up from Uganda to Kenya. If you don't know, for those of you who are very young, Uganda used to be referred to as the Pearl of Africa. So Uganda was doing very well, and they already had a hydro power plant before us. So a 102 kilovolt line was put up to connect Uganda to Kenya, and that boosted available electricity to be connected to various customers. Time went on, and we also came up with our own generation around Matana. We actually overtook Uganda. We did hydro generation again in Takwe, and we started a very elaborate development of geothermal in Naivasha. And now, as we speak, we have a very diverse energy mix, where we get our electricity from various sources. Hydro, we have got the thermal, we have got geothermal, we have got wind, we have got solar, and a bit of biomass. And most of our energy is now coming from geothermal. Our power system is still very small. It's just about to hit 3,000 megawatts. That's a very small power system. We need to do much more. We need to generate more power, and we also need to create use of that power. Because there must always be a balance between supply and demand. If you oversupply, the cost will be very high. If you undersupply, people will live with consequences of very painful power ration. So that balance is important, and that balance needs to be created. And one way of creating that balance is the transmission infrastructure. Because you must generate power where it is available. And it so happens that our natural resources are spread around the entire country. We've got good hydro in Matana. We've also got good hydro in Takwe, where we have the Takwe George. We've got very good geothermal in Naivasha. But we want to make sure that electricity is usable everywhere else in the country. How do you do that? You must transmit that power. And hence the need for KETRACO. We have gone through a lot of reforms in this sector. First of all, we started as a vertically integrated sector where everything used to be done by one company called Kenya East African Twilight. That is the forerunner of all the institutions that you hear about in the energy sector. That is Kenya Power, KENGEN, GDC, KETRACO, LELEC, KNEF, that is called NUPER, that is Nuclear Electricity Board, and the regulator, IPLA. All this used to be under one organization called East African United. But reforms started very well in 1997. And that is when KENGEN was born, and also the regulator, just a year before, was also born 1986. That is IPRA. And the forerunner of IPRA was Energy Regulatory Authority. And when these bodies were formed, they were formed to address challenges we used to have. Challenges of periodic and constant power rationing. And it was found necessary to do those reforms so that we can create an opportunity for private sector to support some of the developments in the sector, like generation of electricity, which is currently shared between KENGEN and other independent power producers. Later in the day, we realized that Kenya Power, which was doing transmission, distribution, and retail, was focusing so much more on the edge of the supply chain, that is retail distribution, and less concentration on transmission. And hence, KETRACO was born so that we can concentrate more on transmission line. And KETRACO is a government institution fully funded by the government to develop transmission lines. And out of that initiative, I think we have spent in excess of 200 billion Kenya shillings, putting up lines which I think, I don't know whether it is engineer who told you the length of the lines that they have done for a very short period of time. And which also goes alongside the connectivity. We have increased the connectivity in this country from around 29% access in 2013 to only, within only 8 years, we have been able to increase it to more than 70%. So the growth of the sector has been phenomenal. Having explained why KETRACO was formed, to focus on sustainable infrastructure, to not only transmit power from the generator to the road centers, but also to address the quality of power by making sure that areas which have got poor quality of power due to length, long lines, which of course are affected by what we call voltage drops along the lines, and which eventually, therefore, reduces the quality of power. The upgrading of such infrastructure is again in the hands of KETRACO. And therefore, I am very impressed by the theme of the conference that KETRACO have today of realizing sustainable transformation of electricity transmission, infrastructure development, and operations in Kenya. We need electricity in every corner of this country. Remember, the backbone of our constitution is to create an equitable society. And if we have to create an equitable society, we must create equal opportunities for every citizen of this country. And therefore, KETRACO, you have a task ahead of yourselves of making sure that electricity reaches each and every Kenyan in this country. Even if that electricity is generated in Naivasha, even if it is generated in Matana, even if it is generated in KETRACO, we must make sure that electricity goes to Madera, we must make sure that electricity goes to Kwale, we must make sure that electricity goes to Rodwa and every corner of this country. And that is the mandate of KETRACO. I have seen the topics of the theme of this conference, well-use acquisition. One of the greatest challenges of making sure that we are able to obtain a route for the transmission lines. And on this one, I also want to add my voice in your contributions, which you will make maybe in my absence, and say that I am aware, because I have had several years in this sector, that we do not have a lot of problems with well-use acquisition in the early years. We always used to get our way through. Customers or those affected people are very cooperative. But in the recent past, things have changed. The behavior of our Kenyans has changed. Remember the Bill of Rights in the Constitution 2010. And therefore, you have a challenge. And the first speaker, is it Kimondo, talked about strategy. I think you were introduced as the person in charge of strategy. And in strategic management, you know that environment is dominant. You cannot change the environment. It is you to change. It is you to adapt to the challenging environment. How do you do that? You focus more on what you need to do to create an agreement and a relationship with that person who you want to allow you to pass the right through. We need more of community and social scientists. We need more of those than even engineers, because well-use is what is impeding my development. You may need more administrators who have the skills of engaging the communities and convincing them and influencing them towards a certain path. So if you think about the adaptation, if you think about the challenges you have and what you need to do to adapt yourself to that environment, because you cannot change that environment, then you'll be able to address the issues of well-use acquisition. And I urge you to think very seriously about the skills that you need to address these challenges. And I do see that you have even a subject on stakeholder engagement issues. I think that is very important. Environmental issues, because environment itself, as I said, is dominant, and we need to engage that environment peacefully and innovatively, so that the environment can be able to allow you to pass through. Technological issues, you need to leverage on the technological changes. Technological strategies is also another environment. It's another area of environment in strategic management. And again, you cannot change the technology. What you can do is to adapt yourself to the new technology, which is more efficient and which is also more effective. And therefore, I am impressed by this focus of your theme in this conference. And I urge you to thoroughly engage each other and fertilize yourselves with ideas so that you can benefit from this important conference. One additional subject that I want to challenge you with is the challenge of developing capacity. And I don't even want to say it is developing capacity. It is more of leveraging on the available capacity in this country to undertake your own designs and construction of transmission lines. We need to move away from EPC. We are always contracting out transmission lines on the basis of engineering, constructing, and procurement. We need to do more in terms of design. We need to do more in terms of construction because we have the human capital. We have civil engineers, we have electrical engineers, we have mechanical engineers, and we should be able to utilize that human capital to do the designs and construction of these power lines. We must reduce the dependence on contractors, mainly who are actually foreign. We need to think about our children. Just like those who were before you thought and saw it necessary to create KETRACO, please see it necessary for you to create a KETRACO which is more dependent on the local human capital than the foreign human capital. Are we agreeing? Are we talking to each other?
Yes.
So I would hope that when we are holding the next conference in a year's time, I will now hear more about design and construction of transmission lines. And possibly, I will be very happy and I will support you in at least having done a design and a construction of a transmission line. And if you need ideas, I have them. I have constructed small portions of 220 kilovolt line, 132 kilovolt line, 66 kV lines. My very first engineering undertaking was a construction engineer. I did that for several years, and therefore I am at heart to support you. With those few remarks, ladies and gentlemen, I look forward to all of you benefiting from this very exciting conference with a very exciting theme of creating a sustainable infrastructure for transmission of electricity. Electricity which is an enabler and a driver of economy. And I now therefore declare the conference officially open. And thank you very much, ladies and gentlemen, for listening to me.
Thank you very much. Once again, a round of applause for those very nice, insightful remarks. Really appreciate. Together with Dr. Joe, together with Dr. Mativo, we have now fully understood the theme of the conference. We have really appreciated why we are here. Thank you very much. Really appreciate it. I think my one takeout is an acronym RACS. RACS. That is reliable, affordable, competitively priced. enterprise and sustainable energy to support the Big Four, to support Vision 2030. Our work is cut off for us. And KETRACO, you had the challenge of the peers. Design our own infrastructure, design and construction, take it back to us. So, being a staff member of KETRACO, I also take the challenge together with the team that is here from KETRACO, and we have appreciated that. Much appreciated. Ladies and gentlemen, we are now going to take a health break for 20 minutes, 15-20 minutes. And as we do that, I want to invite the chief guest for a photo shoot session. And to join the chief guest for the photo shoot session that will happen just out here, we are going to have invited CEOs who are here, invited CEOs and their representatives. We're also going to have invited Deputy Vice Chancellor, all their representatives. We're also going to have KETRACO management in this photo shoot, and we're going to have our presenters, discussants, and moderators. Please join us out here for a photo shoot. I now want to allow the table that is here to kindly proceed to the photo shoot, our high table, as we all now break for tea. Karibuni sana, starting with the table. Thank you very much. Let's meet in 15-20 minutes for the second part of the program. Thank you.
Yes, yes, that's what I have confirmed that one. Confirmed. I didn't explain that one. Just take it off. It's very long.
I'm happy to hear from
It's not. It's not. Because it's not. Yes. Yes. Yeah. Yeah. Makes sense. Yeah. It is an accent. Unless it's not. So far. From shamba to shamba. Exactly. Give an example. Charles Martin, right, he lives in Ghana. The people of Ghana, he can work for even his own car because it will not be expensive. But he has all the way to Kamara. It 28 stroke 4 or whatever. How do we go to Kamara? Go beyond Mount Summit to the it's not real. Wait, on the Exactly. Even close, that is good. It's
For him, it's okay.
So the podium, the little space, the I was given his profile, a very short profile. So he must have come.
Let me find him. We ask this after the second season. Yes, after.
All the things I'm doing, so you already 1 hour. I'm taking 10 minutes. So you will have hey, so I'm doing 20 minutes. And you can do it 30 minutes. But what you're going to do oh, sorry. You also pay with I do it better.
It's also, I agree with that, like lunchtime. Okay, okay. I will.
So you need to wait for 20 seconds. Do you have a pen? That is your pen. That is your pen. You have to find the right person. You sit properly. And you find the bottom. It says now to I will even go and see the so if it's not a next time I'll travel there. After in PS, if you have support, so do so like is a very good because we have GOK funds, we don't have community. But we to make let's engage that construction manager with that year. Let's not have opportunity to project managers in construction. Let me not remove interest. The problem with KETRACO is that they have its staff.
You need to start getting in.
With interest that they're running their own companies, then yeah, you get a company that has lower capacity. That's a problem. If but we are doing but they're also doing but those fairly, and most of the institutions was best experience like those of certificate. Yes, even now even so let's even today, all that's known. I think it was not part of the
If you can hear my microphone, please kindly let's come in with your tea, come in with your refreshments. We are ready to start the second session. Let us come in with our drinks. Let us come in with everything. Let us go inside. Let's carry your drink. Carry your drink. Please. Let's go inside. Let's go inside. Let's be seated kindly. We're starting our second session. If you are outside, I think now we are ready to begin. I want the door to be closed, so if you're outside, please come in. Please come in. Alright, because of time, we're going to begin the second session. And this is now where we get into the heart and the meat of the matter. And our program starts with the papers now. And this is exactly why we're here. That's why we have excited for this. So, to introduce the next speakers, to introduce the presenters, we have a moderator for this session. The moderator was here before, and he's not new to us. Kindly allow me to introduce Dr. Engineer John Mativo, who's going to come up and be the moderator for this session. And very briefly, I'm just going to read part of his bio so that we can allow him to begin. So Dr. Engineer John Mativo is a professional engineer with the Engineers Board of Kenya and a fellow of the Institute of Engineers of Kenya. He has over 25 years cumulative experience in the public and private sector, with extensive focus on research, design, construction, supervision, and contract management. Dr. Mativo holds a PhD degree in civil engineering, a master's degree in structural engineering, and a BSc degree in civil engineering from the University of Nairobi. He currently works in KETRACO as the acting general manager of project development services, where he's responsible for transmission system planning and formulating high voltage system transmission infrastructure, resource mobilization, and carrying out monitoring and evaluation for ongoing projects. Dr. Mativo also coordinates the process of acquisition of values, which is something that is very key to us today. Acquisition of value, social safeguards, and environmental safeguards, survey, and valuation. It also serves the interview panel of the Institute of Engineers of Kenya, and is also an external examiner for civil engineers at master's level. Ladies and gentlemen, when Dr. Mativo is not engaged professionally, he loves hiking, he loves books, traveling, but also what I know about Dr. Mativo is that he's an ardent football lover. And specifically, his team is Chelsea. And you know that Chelsea won the Champions League. So you can imagine with me where he was, how he was celebrating at that particular time. But over and above that, he's also involved in a lot of social work. For example, the 3E's experience program, that is environment, energy, and empowerment, something that I would really recommend that you check out. And he's also involved in a lot of community work with the Baptist Baptist Church. So, without further ado, allow me to introduce our moderator for the next session, Dr. Engineer John Mativo. A round of applause, please.
Thank you, ladies, for this introduction. I'm the moderator for this session, and I know we're already behind schedule, so it will be a simple session where we're going to have two speakers. One of them is Dr. Lito, then we're going to have the first paper, made by Matilda and Edwin. After that, we're going to have a discussion session by Dr. Awiti before it might apply to the plenary session. So all the questions and comments will be taken during the plenary session, so just follow that order. So without much ado, I'll introduce the first speaker, who is Dr. Engineer Hiram, who is the acting principal of the College of Engineering and Technology at JKUAT. His specialization is in mechanical engineering field of thermodynamics and fluid engineering. He has taught at undergraduate and postgraduate level. He's taught thermodynamics, heat transfer, combustion systems modeling, energy management, and efficiency modeling. His research interests, he is the coordinator of a project called Sustainable Energy Entrepreneurship Development SEED in the Global South. This is a network project funded by DAAD for a period from 2020 to 2024 to research and advanced technologies and business models of mini-grids using air mobility. Daktari is also involved in education for laser-based manufacturing and intra-Africa projects, network project funded by the European Union for the period 2020 to 2024. Dr. Direct is also the current project director of Maritime Technology Cooperation Center in Africa, which is the international center hosted by JKUAT and funded by EU through the International Maritime Organization for capacity building for climate change mitigation in maritime sector. Other projects that has been involved in are Intra-Africa Caribbean Pacific Network projects financed also by the EU. It's also the research chair in the manufacturing funded by IDRC through NACOSTIC. He's also been a visiting professor at Warsaw University of Technology in Poland. So join me together as we welcome our speaker for the first session, Dr. Benito, who will speak on the role of research and innovation in promoting sustainable energy transmission.
Thank you, Engineer, for the introduction and also for the invitation of the Okay, once again, thank you, Julia. Thank you, PS, Austrians. We have that, but the CEO of KETRACO and the other CEOs who are around with us, all the invited guests. Good morning. I'm happy to be part of this conference to share some thoughts in research and innovation, which I feel will be appropriate for KETRACO and other energy companies that are carrying out or that are embarking on research. So the title of my talk is Role of Research, Innovation, and Role of Research and Innovation in promoting sustainable power transmission, very relevant to KETRACO as a power transmission company. An outline of my presentation, I want to take us through the issue of sustainability. The PS strongly emphasized, and all the other speakers, issues of sustainability oriented here. Lessons learned from a visit and a series of workshops that we had in Germany at a company called LEW, the German acronym, and we will also take us through what maintenance and innovation management entails. And I think it's very relevant to KETRACO and other energy agencies in the country. And of course, what opportunities are available as far as research is concerned. This has been mentioned by engineers, so I don't have to take a lot of time on this. I'm mainly involved in a number of particular areas, as you can see, 3 key areas of research where our university has been able to benefit from funding, mainly from European Union, also from DAD, this is the German Academic Exchange Service, and also from IDRC, among other agencies. But important, as you can see, we are able to link and engage with your colleagues, counterparts in energy. RELEC is a common collaborator in the activities that we carry out. And we also have the generating agencies, as you can see, KENGEN and GDC. So a common thread among all the activities that are highlighted is there's a lot of energy and climate change. You may wonder, how did I end up in energy issues? Just to mention that my father was working in East Africa power and lighting in the late 80s, in the late 60s. He retired in the early 90s. And therefore there was a lot of electricity, a lot of energy in our family. My grandfather was also into machines. So you can see how I ended up as a mechanical engineer, concentrating on energy devices. In terms of sustainability, once upon a time, our mountains, our 2 mountains, this Mount Kenya and Kilimanjaro, were dominated by ice caps. So when we say that there is climate change, you notice that with over a period of about 2 decades, there have been reduction of ice caps, of the glacier in mountains. And this is not trivial because about 40% of, more than 40% of glacier has been used. And what used to be glacier now is dominated by their land. So climate change is real. And that's why there is a lot of environmental, there is a lot of focus on environmental sustainability. Just to take us back, 2009 and 79, there was a huge drop, and you all experienced glacial events, all of us. But we are happy that the transmission of the power agencies have eliminated that. But that tells you that what we used to rely on, particularly hydros, is no longer reliable. So climate change is real. Sustainability. The PS taught this a lot, but what we mean by sustainability, we are saying that we are carrying out activities, whatever activities in whichever sector, whether in manufacturing, in food supply, or activities of our transmission, are you minding the future generation? Yeah, in other words, we are saying, as you take maize, for example, as you take maize, are you thinking about the future? Are you thinking about seeds, for example? Are you planting, as you take sugar cane, because I'm from Western region, are you planting for the future? And you can see a disclaimer here that we shouldn't exploit the chicken that lays the green egg in this case. And there are three components of sustainability that I wish to point out, just highlight. And as you can see, transmission, we are in the first sector, which is economic, energy supply, transmission, generation, all that. But we have an influence on the environment and also on the social sector. As you remember, the PS mentioned that we have concentrated also on the society as we carry out transmission. And there has to be a balance and equity, as you can see. You can't say that we are more important when we are carrying out economic activities, more than society or the economy. Yeah. The good thing is that this presentation will be available, so if I run it, you'll be able to get it. So what plans exist as far as sustainability is concerned? United Nations came up with a number of SDGs, Sustainable Development Goals, and I think from the perspective of KETRACO, we have been, and also energy sector, we have been on SDG number 7. All the activities that we carry out also influence other goals. For example, climate change. When we say that we concentrate on renewable energy, we are minding the environment. So what are the lessons that we have learned, or what are our counterparts doing in other parts of the world? What lessons can we learn based on aspects of sustainability? And like I mentioned, I've been privileged to have a series of visits in Germany. We are part of a network called Network of Excellence of East Africa University of Applied Sciences. And the first conference I made a presentation on part some of the lessons. But here I'm just concentrating more on transmission. I've visited this company, LEW, REC, WAREC, HE, I think with German pronunciation. But important, we notice they are in distribution, transmission, all the activities that KETRACO is involved in. And you also mentioned in telecommunication, as you can see. So these challenges that are listed here things that you're experiencing right now. Yeah, there's a lot of focus by government on renewable energy. So that means we shall have proper distributed sources of power. So what lessons can we I also interacted with somebody who told me that you are also constructing lines that can also export power. So you can see an issue of load flow reversing. Yeah. Also in Germany, you notice that even small houses people are able to generate electricity and feed, and they are also receiving. Yeah. So these are some of the lessons that you may expect. Yeah. As you carry out research. And in LEW, are mainly concentrated in the southern part of Germany, the Bavaria region, which is actually the California of Germany. Yeah, so 4 sources we are taken through, and I believe what you have been experiencing. Yeah, airline crashes, of course, the air transport sector is not so developed in Kenya. As we develop, you remember there's an Isiro airport, and we are also planning to have many airports. So these are things that you can expect. Of course, which is the most common is being more crashing on our transmission facilities. Yeah, and they are not going to details of what they are doing, because what you are mentioning in terms of applying IT in terms of detection. These are activities they are carrying out in collaboration with universities. So how do they manage faults? How do they detect and manage faults? As you can see, there are quite a number of benefits. As you can see, you are able to identify errors and be able to respond on time. And this will also demonstrate or will enable the transmission company to improve quality of transmission. We also have smart grid system. This one is a concept that is coming into play. Yeah, this one you hear. I remember I went to United States for a conference in 2010. Smart grid was being in Germany about 2008, 2009. Smart grid, and I believe here this is a concept that we have. How do we automate our systems? Yeah? So the idea is to automate our systems so that we are able to manage transmission lines. Smart homes will be having smart homes. Let us see the future. How can we leverage on knowledge of our interaction with our foreign partners? This is the key areas that I think will be important. They are applicable whether you are in electrical transmission, whether you are in manufacturing, whether you are in the health sector. The first one is maintenance. Yeah. So there is a concept called condition-based maintenance. Yeah, it's a new concept, a very good concept. Traditionally, we have been used to preventive maintenance and also breakdown maintenance. But in our transmission systems, can we carry out condition-based maintenance as we make our systems more automated, as it were? Okay, so there are a number of benefits, as you can see. So we are talking about, we are seeing that all systems, all equipment eventually fail, and this definitely leads to a number of issues. For example, loss of revenue. These are things that the KETRACO will be grappling with in future. And this is just a highlight of the effects that you experience if you don't carry out maintenance. The equipment will not be available, among other impacts. But I wanted to mention that there are a number of key advantages, benefits when you carry out condition-based maintenance compared to corrective maintenance, which is more of a breakdown maintenance. There is also preventive maintenance, as you can see, very scheduled maintenance, but it also leads to a number of maintenance actions. But condition-based maintenance, you are able to regularly test the health of a system. A better example, like what happens in the aircraft industry. Yeah? The engines, the company manufacture engines, for example, General Electric or Rolls-Royce, they have a method of testing or establishing the health of the engine or the aircraft that they have. They are Dreamliner, and it is flying from Kenya or the United States. I hope it is still flying to US. What is condition-based maintenance? We are talking about a strategy that monitors the actual condition of a system so that you can carry out maintenance at an appropriate point. So we are talking about having a system in which you collect data that gives you the health of the system. From that, you extract particular information. You have feature extraction. And from that, you are able to identify an existing fault, diagnosis. Yeah? Then is it possible using that data to predict what can happen in the future? That is what we are talking about, prognosis. The details of that, as you can see, is a common data collection system for electrical engineers, but you are able to extract, remove some of the noise, and again, can this give you information, can you predict what will happen in the future, and make decisions. So we are talking about maintenance planning. Yeah, very important. We carry out maintenance, planning, and reliability control. And there are at least a number of methods that I'm sure besides if we engage together and if we engage with the universities, not just take that these are the result of competence, the result of expertise that you can learn in terms of modeling, yeah, how do you predict based on modeling, using artificial intelligence, artificial neural networks, short for electrical engineers is home ground for you, and of course a hybrid combination of these techniques. Innovation management, let me go over that. As you carry out research, you'll be experiencing outcomes, yeah? You have PhD about carrying out research, engaging in research, carrying out design, yeah? So you'll be experiencing some outputs. There will be something at the end of that publication that you make, that thesis that you make. Is an innovation, yeah? So the innovation, how do you manage that? So let's look at KETRACO. So there are some inputs that you have, materials, transmission systems, transformers, all those, enable you to have your transmission lines. But important, you are also inputting human resource, energy, and all those other, including capital, so that you have outputs from research we generate outputs. These outputs, we call them inventions, I mean. But later, if you take an invention for a series of processes that it becomes a commercial, a tradable product, that is when now we call it an innovation. The process of taking an innovation through stages so that it becomes tradable. So, and as you do that, there are policies, there are some documents that guide you. And as you can see, your policy manuals, I'm sure you are always coming up with policies, your procedure manuals, if you are ISO certified, or if you are seeking to be ISO certified. These are called IPs, intellectual property. And this area is called knowledge management. Sources of innovations, yeah, as you can see, defining innovation here is transformation of an idea. Somebody must own that idea, okay, to be appreciate and also incentivize those who generate those innovations. And these are the sources that have just indicated the various pillars of innovations, which can come from training, capacity building. They can come from your interaction with universities and also your research and the development departments. Also, there are also other sources of innovations. Whatever challenges you encounter, it is possible for you to be able to get solutions from what we call PISC. Yeah? Technology and Innovation Support Centers. And a number of universities have that, a database where you can collect, you can obtain information on maybe challenge that you experience, be it in the power sector, human resource management, maybe all that. So what is IP? There's a definition there for us. It is everything we do. Creation. When somebody says you are created, that's an IP. Okay? And these are the various sources of ideas from the research that you carry out, from the quality management system, as you engage with customers. These are particular sources of IP. So once you take them to particular steps that we mentioned, they will have the innovations. So if we do not innovate, what our peers will say is which can be consumed from contract. Yeah? And if the ones from outside the countries, it's more painful given that we have engineers who are being shunned by university. So what is finally, what is up ahead for us? Yeah, what opportunities exist for research between KETRACO and other companies or counterparts through the universities and even in your research departments that you're establishing. Yeah, looking to the future, the peers have mentioned this. These are three areas that are going to cause disruptions in our technologies in the future. Yeah, so we are talking about the distributed system. The government is emphasizing a lot about renewable energy. So we are talking about mini-grid off-grid systems, artificial intelligence, digitalization, we have to digitize our activities, and then also concentrate on low carbon technologies. So I was also asked to deconstruct the themes, and I was able to identify a particular number of aspects, and I have divided them into two parts. The first three, we are talking about the whale population. And as you can see, there are all those challenges, land speculation and evaluation. Then what research activities can we carry out? They are in blue. Yeah. How best do we compensate people? These are opportunities for research. That goes on for infrastructure balancing, and how best we deal with that. Also, environment is very critical. We're talking about sustainability. How do we deal with that in terms of challenges? Then in blue, we have particular opportunities for research. And technology development, we are talking about also stakeholder engagement and project management. As you can see, each of them, there are challenges associated with it. And in blue, I've been able to point out particular opportunities of research. From our Energy Act 2018, we are very grateful for PS and also his team and also the energy entities. All the stakeholders who facilitated our establishment of the 10 minutes for around identifying from research. How can you inform the plans? I mean, how can you inform the minister as he is developing the policy? What inputs can be obtained from KETRACO, from the research and the innovations that you have experienced? So as you can see, you are made to develop every energy sector is supposed to develop and submit energy plans. And to me, these are opportunities for research. Okay? Yes, what we have in terms of the number of papers, I was able to identify 3. And the first 2 are addressing really with challenges. Land acquisition, my colleagues are here, they will take you through that. But importantly, from a technical point of view, is the power modeling, transmission, and failures. Very critical in terms of failure management. Finally, what opportunities are there? I remember the government allocated money to nuclear energy. It's quite some good chunk of money. So expect this form of energy to also cause disruption once it's actualized. There will be a huge power transmission requirement. So I will prepare you for this as a transmission company. In terms of the things that I mentioned, how prepared are we? In terms of innovation, maintenance, how are we prepared to make our capacity of our systems ready for this? And I've been able to identify a number of core areas of research. Very important. We don't teach it everything. Dr. Yoruba is everything. I don't think we teach it in our curriculum, electrical. But these are issues that we need to consider as we are revising our curriculums. Yeah, really issues under acquisition, the social element of this. And then, of course, we have a number of areas that are pointed out here. All this information, we have a lot of expertise within the university that we can work together so that we can enhance our work. Carry out your research, but others activities that you can give us so that they form opportunities or objectives for our postgraduate students. Yeah, so it's just a flavor of areas that have given, but I believe there is more that can be changed. Thank you so much.
Thank you. Let's appreciate that very once again. Definitely, there are many opportunities for the industry and the universities to work together and build website foundation to build the meeting. The first paper of the day is analysis of technical efficiency of radio acquisition process, a case study of transmission lines in Kenya. And there are going to be 2 speakers. There's Matilda Mamburi and Edwin Toto. Let's check briefly the bio of the 2 speakers. Matilda has a master's of arts degree in housing administration from the University of Nairobi in 1993. She undertook a research on appropriate legal languages and wrote a thesis entitled Constraints to the Destination and Utilization of Fiber Concrete Roofing Tiles and Stabilized Soil Blocks Technology in Kenya. The research explored the challenges faced in the introduction of new building technologies as one of the strategies of addressing the problem of affordability of housing in Kenya. Having graduated from the University of Nairobi with an undergraduate degree in land economics in 1989, Matilda is a member of the Institution of Surveyors of Kenya. She's both a registered and licensed valuer and estate agent. Before joining KETRACO in 2010, she previously worked as an estate officer in the National Social Security Fund. Currently, Matilda works as a senior land economist in the Will Organization Department. The second speaker is Mr. Edwin Guaro Otodo. Having undertaken an undergraduate degree in economics at University in 2014 and a postgraduate studies in economics, specialized in econometric and future trade. Edwin has had a brief working experience with the Gulf Africa Petroleum Company prior to undertaking his first position where he worked as a research assistant in collaboration with the University of British Columbia, Canada, and a program Empower Africa. Edwin is a member of the Certified Public Accounts of Kenya. In KETRACO, which provided many useful and transferable skills for industry operating in the sector. Edwin currently works as an economist in charge of strategic planning and performance monitoring and evaluation docket. So let's put our hands together as we welcome
Good afternoon, everyone. As you've been told, my name is Matilda Mamburi. Our study is entitled An Analysis of the Technical Efficiency of Wave Acquisition Process, and it's a case study of the transmission lines in KETRACO. That's an outline of our study, and that is a pictorial depiction of what a wave corridor is, and it gives the different measurements of the wave corridor as per the voltage, as determined by the voltages of the transmission line. So, according to the Land Act 24, Part 10, Section 143, subsection 2A, wave is a right of way created for the benefit of a national government, county government, local authority, a public authority, or any other corporate body to enable such institutions, organizations, or authorities and bodies carry out their functions. According to That's Rolf Fair, whatever you say that name. He studied in 1983, technical efficiency is the effectiveness with which a given set of inputs are utilized optimally to produce an output subject to constraints. So in infrastructure development, wave acquisition process is said to be technically efficient if infrastructure development output in terms of construction is achieved with optimal costs and with no time overruns arising from stoppages, claims, grievances, or disputes, and complying with the legal framework or the legal requirements. Globally, we have, like in Serbia and Montenegro, they acquire the tower sites outright. That is like compulsory acquisition, and you pay 100% of the value of the land. In Uganda, there is a legal framework that provides both compulsory land acquisition and placement of restrictions upon privately owned land by the government. In Kenya, the Land Act gives the framework for acquisition of whaling and also for compensation for limited loss of use of land, which is affected by a transmission line, and for any damage that's occasioned on the developments on the subject land. The same act gives the procedure for the whaling to be acquired. Within the Land Act, that part which is for which where the whaling acquisition is set is part 10, that is easements and analogous rights, and also the Land Act regulations define the different roles of the different actors in the whaling acquisition process. The compensation and resettlement of project-affected persons, we call them PAPs. You will hear that term a lot in KETRACO. PAPs affected by high voltage transmission lines, solid lines. Project is guided by the KETRACO resettlement policy framework, where affected assets are valued and compensated at current market value to pave way for the transmission line. The methodology for valuation and computation of the compensation for land acquired through compulsory acquisition has been provided for under the Land Act and the Land Act regulations of 2017. The roles of the actors, of each of the actors in this with respect to the acquisition process and the compensation of the PAPs is given. But there is a legislative gap within the legislative framework with respect to methodology for computation of compensation for limited loss of use of land acquired for the right of way of transmission line. Because acquisition of right of way is not 100% acquisition unless where you are dealing with small plots of land. Therefore, there is need to anchor the KETRACO resettlement policy framework either in the substantive law or in the regulations that are for the procedure. The implementation of the whaling acquisition process has faced various challenges, including but not limited to land speculation and reasonable compensation demand, socio-cultural issues which negatively impact the settlement of project-affected persons, and limited budgetary allocation for compensation of the PAPs. Also, there is the encroachment either on the proposed whaling corridor or already on the already acquired whaling sites. That shows the process of whaling acquisition within KETRACO. We start with the survey, the undertaking of the resettlement action plan, indication of acreages, valuation of the base figure on which the compensation is based by an external valuer, preparation of the schedules for compensation and issuance of the letters of offers to the affected people, and collection of the offers from the affected people with the requisite documentation. There are various challenges to the whaling acquisition process, and it can be put in maybe two categories, broad categories: inadequate or poorly structured legal framework and administration of both crop compensation rates and implementation of either both crop compensation rates and also the issue of the land compensation, and within the implementation of infrastructure projects which require wheeling. Because of that inadequacy or gaps, the wheeling acquisition process gets very complicated sometimes, with a lot of disputes, with a lot of stoppages, and so many other things. I'm sure a lot of people who are in KETRACO can attest to this. I don't even have to dwell on it. There is also the bit about requirements from our development partners, who insist, as part of the funding process, that we adhere to their performance standards or operational policies with respect to the environment and social safeguards. That is, of course, in respect to our theme, which is talking about sustainability within our development, so that you are not sacrificing the rights of the people who are affected by projects at the altar or for the sake of development of the infrastructure. So the statement of the problem is KETRACO has faced numerous challenges, including but not limited to land speculation and reasonable compensation demands, social cultural issues which negatively impact resettlement, and a limited resource envelope for compensation and encouragement of the wheeling trust. Like we had our peers say that the Bill of Rights within the Constitution of 2010 obviously opened a lot of people's eyes to their rights. And we cannot continue acquiring whalings the way they used to do previously, with just lifting the Energy Act. You have the right of way. We don't have that. You have to engage with the project affected people, making sure that they know what they are entitled to. Well, with the hindsight that you also have a limited budget with which to resolve the issues that you have to deal with the project affected. This shows the trend in urbanization. We have said that urbanization has increased, the population growth has increased. Of course, there is competing research for land, which is obviously a finite resource. So that shows the trend in urbanization. So our objectives in our research was to establish the overall efficiency level of the wheeling acquisition process that contributes to construction progress of transmission lines in Kenya. Secondly, to explore the input factors that determine the technical efficiency in the wheeling acquisition process for transmission lines in Kenya. The significance of the study, it would probably, I'm hoping, at least we, the two researchers, we hope that it will inform some policy decisions and be at least a brick or part of a brick that is towards building a sustainable transformation of electricity transmission infrastructure in Kenya. Secondly, that timely completion of projects will largely depend on the availability of right-of-way without any constraints. So we hope that this will also inform in some way towards decreasing the stoppages within our projects in KETRACO. Part of what we looked at so that we came up with our area of study was in the theory of constraints. The theory of constraints is that in the theory of constraints, the most important constraint or limiting factor, which is preventing the achievement of a set of targets, is identified and systematically eliminated in a step-by-step process. So with respect to wheeling, we need to look at it from that point of view. Of course, this also, because projects in KETRACO are, transmission lines are projects. Therefore, within project management, this theory is very applicable. So the study is crucial in informing the input factors that constrain or limit efficiency in the wheeling acquisition process. Another theory that we looked at was the stakeholder theory, and our project affected persons are stakeholders. A stakeholder is an individual or a group which will be impacted by activities or outcomes of a project, and such impacts can be negative or positive. A company using the stakeholder approach will have a better performance in terms of increased efficiency and effectiveness in operation and achievement of organizational goals. That is according to a study by Masina and Deluga, 2016. Our biggest challenge in wave acquisition is, of course, balancing the interests of the various stakeholders without compromising the efficiency of its operations or without compromising our goal, which is to acquire a whaling within a given time and within given costs. It also states that negotiations and dialogue are the main ways of resolving conflicts and managing divergent stakeholder interests and arriving at solutions which do not compromise the achievement of our targets, in this case, acquisition of a whaling within time, within budget. Community engagement should also be integrated into the core business in the development of infrastructure projects to enable the optimal implementation or the quick implementation of development projects. Another study by Dubey found out that land access together with timely procurement of the requisite environmental and other clearances is as one of the significant factors that impact or affect the timely completion of power projects on time and within budget. Similarly, another study by Masila, 2016, examined the influence of support from top management, procurement, community engagement, availability of finances, financial resources, on the effective implementation of electricity infrastructure projects. The findings of this study were that inadequate financial resources, lack of top management support, inadequate community engagement, and procurement procedures affect the effective implementation of electricity transmission or expansion projects. In our case, it's transmission. In that particular case, it was expansion, but it's within the same area, within the same sector. Another study, Kariongi, looked at planning tools, availability of funds, and procurement procedures, stakeholder analysis, managerial skills. It's still all in the same vein of what impact our project management and how we can achieve completing a transmission line or whatever, even if it was in the case of Kenyan, when it is a project of electricity generation. How do we arrive at, how do these factors affect the completion of our project within time and within budget? The same similar study by Kagiri and Wainaina also focused on Kenyan projects, which found out that delayed payments to contractors, cash flow challenges for the project, delays in the procurement of materials and equipment, procurement procedures with respect to necessary approvals, inadequate planning for pre-construction activities. I think this is also something that affects KETRACO. Late design changes, delays in approval and submission of drawings, variations in scope of works, and challenges in handing over project sites to the contractor were the main factors contributing to time and cost overruns in public power projects. Similarly, some other studies in Brazil examining the relative technical efficiency of Brazilian electricity transmission distribution companies with the aim of identifying determinants of the technical efficiency, comparison units, and percentages of improvements for inefficient electricity distribution funds. This study applied a quantitative approach, descriptive descriptive and data envelope analysis, with primary data to analyze the efficiency of the process. Considering the findings, the methodology applied is suitable to take. Sorry, let me just skip that because this other study is similar also. I think we can skip the studies and just go further because If you want the detailed studies, I think we can share the document thereafter. There is a study by Doma in 2014, also looked about technical efficiency in electricity generation on small island economies. And this one was, the findings found that small and isolated island economies, due to the constraint of smallness of the market size and lack of interconnection, population size, and geographical isolation, escalated the generation cost. In Whaley, the size of the corridor, population of project-affected persons, geographic locations influence the cost and time inefficiency for acquisition. In addition, the study treats the input factors as determinant of an efficiency model for Whaley acquisition. My colleague will take over on this part.
I will take you through these sections. One of the sections. One of the sections, how did we come, what methodology do we use to analyze the results? Then what were the results? And finally, what are the policy implications from those results? So for this study, we used research design, which is of course of effect research design, which speaks about the relationships among the variables. We did a data implementing analysis, which is a PDA model. Basically, we are looking at the input and output factor. From my colleague, he has told you that the output factors this time, then there's cost. We didn't look at quality and project management because of the nature of the paper. Then we also look at the input factors which will determine the efficiency of the variable acquisition. For this one, I will use the BCC. This is an input-output oriented model, which is a simple and more of a, it does not require mathematical expression, that is the relationships. So therefore, for us not to have a linear relationship, because we understand the values is not a linear, it's more of a social science. Okay, for the model, we use what is called a DMU, this is a decision-making unit. A decision-making unit for this to build a foundation on how we started our analysis, for us to understand where we are heading to. The data that we obtained was visually from the lab, which is the settlement action plan, the cadastral and the primary secondary data, which we use for this analysis. How do we calculate efficiency? Efficiency is calculated by the ratio of the weighted sum of outputs as per this model to the ratio of the weighted sum of inputs. Then it's a purely linear programming equation which we look and decompose to check for the constant of scale. For us to understand both pure and scale. Scale, it comes from the economies of the scale, and also pure comes from the managerial part, which is more social in nature. How do we get an optimal solution? An optimal solution we've gotten from the efficiency scores. That's between a score of 0 and 1. 1 being efficient, and as you approach 0, you are more inefficient. Now I go to the results. From that table, it illustrates some results. So I will start with the descriptive results for this case. I examined 18 completed transmission lines, which 11 of them are 132 kV, 4 are 220 kV, and 3 are 400 kV. What were the preliminary findings before now I go into the model? It was brought out from the data that I analyzed that all the input and output variables, as per that presentation of the table, as you check the p-values for those people who check statistics, that all those variables were very key in explaining the technical efficiency of the project. Those variables include, one of them is the size of the wheel,
the number of registered easements, the number of parcels along different lines, which play different dynamics. We can still link it to what my colleague has presented as the population along the line. How does it play a key factor? Because we traverse people's lands and other places. I now present the results on an overall result of how each transmission line, which now I call it a decision-making unit, as per the model. You could see the variability of results. There's some lines which tend to perform better, others due to different factors, and you can still see that we still experience further problems up to maybe 43% efficiency, which translates to around 57 in efficiency. I decompose those results further to understand why such is happening. When you do a decomposition, for the purpose of a decomposition, we are trying now to get into the understanding of what is happening with those inefficiencies or efficiencies. You will find that when you are doing decomposition, you find a pure technical efficiency and a scale efficiency. You can see the values, the mean values are different. Generally, from the objective of the research, we are at 80.4%, but for the technical efficiency, pure technical efficiency, we are at around 72, and scale efficiency at around 68. What does they mean? So for the purpose of pure efficiency, it means the process is very inefficient to some level, to that level. Then there's some other factors that can be able to explain the inefficiencies. Then when you look at scale efficiency, these are diseconomies of scale, which now brings in factors of the sizes and the variability of the land parcels. The bigger the parcels, maybe has different outcomes. Now, this now brings to this conclusion that I'm trying to explain. How does those inputs of variable play along with the efficiency of delivering a project and the cost? So these findings, you can be able to see that we still have some other DMUs, the decision-making units, which are now the deliverables, the delivered transmission lines, which are still scoring up to a score of 0.48, which is below maybe average, you can say 50%. And what are these? This now shows some indicators of gaps, which can be linked now to the framework, support for registration, and voluntary settlements, maybe stoppages. We need to also improve the turnaround time for the project deliveries for us to be able to get over and to increase the efficiency levels. Further, at the last bullet, when you do the descriptives for the same, you could see we have projects which can be achieved after 7 years, some 1 year. So there's variability in terms of the way the projects are being achieved. So some take a lot of time, some take fewer time. So those results can be able to tell us that we do have further challenges which needs to be addressed. In summary, I can say that the study results found that when proposition is affected, or the delivery of the infrastructure and the project in respect of time and the cost are being influenced by the following factors. The number of parcels on the rail corridor, which is now more of the population. Second is the size of the corridor. How big is the size of the corridor? Further, you can also see how are we complying to, okay, registered easement is basically what you are being referred to the Land Act and analogous rights, which how do we comply to those processes for us to complete the acquisition on time. Further, we can be able to say that the model was robust enough to give us these results as presented in above. So in conclusion, we could be able to say that the settlement and installation of livelihood has been articulated by the PS, by the Bill of Rights, and it is not standardized. Therefore, different crowds have their own different way of expressing their maybe needs in terms of their acquisitions. Therefore, we need to express a provision either under substantive laws or other procedures or regulations there to support this acquisition. Then we could also be able to see there is a challenge. How do you determine that this compensation is just and prompt as expressed in the Constitution? So this is some of the gaps that the measurability of just and prompt, which needs to also be looked at to. So to go straight to the recommendation, maybe the first recommendation to address one of the findings is how do we, because we found out that the size of the corridor greatly influences the efficiency level there. So how do we optimize that? How do we get better technologies to be able to reduce these towers so that it consumes less space, subject to maybe the multiple criteria or the benefit cost analysis for this case. The second recommendation comes also from the particular point of how do we minimize issues of rate completion by either addressing the existing regulations so that you can be able to have a seamless acquisition process without much rejection from our Wajiku's. Then maybe we can lobby for the government for additional legislations for this case, and also to address, and we can also be able to look at the best international practices, especially for those countries which have already done quite substantial in terms of the development of the network. The last one is what Dr. Hiram mentioned, leveraging on the project information management systems, which we really need to take keen interest into. Maybe for this part, it might be able to solve some of these items. The sequencing and the pre-construction activities, how are they going to be done, so that all the Wajikus are located in time, and they are able to pave the way for the construction of the projects. Thank you very much.
Let's appreciate again Matilda. We'll have a short discussion coming and sharing some minutes and we'll begin the session. I'll read his bio. This is Dr. Javed Awiti, holds a PhD in economics, is currently a lecturer in the School of Economics at the University of Nairobi. He teaches microeconomics, macroeconomics, econometrics, and qualitative methods to both undergraduate and postgraduate students. So I invite him to come and share, and from there we'll end the session. So can you do that?
Thank you very much for the introduction, and thank you, Matilda, for the presentation. Now, I think I will make just a few remarks because I intend to provide the authors with the written comments on this work. So first, I will congratulate Matilda for finding the courage right. You don't really to plan it right, and then actually get around to it. So when you are able to do it, then we have to congratulate you. Then secondly, I would want to reiterate why economists are very interested in matters of energy. Just like the business contribution to money, energy is an important And electricity in particular gets a little support from economists because at the consumer level, it's environmental friendly. Because there are issues at the production level, but at the consumer level, it's friendly to the environment, and then the range of things that it can support are numerous. Now, I would say that the first thing I would want to mention is that when you are writing a paper, remember that the person who will be reading, you will not be there to provide details. Okay? So the paper is supposed to speak for itself. And this is actually very important. It's always important to, or advantageous to have on the side of detail, that you provide too much information more than what is needed. So the first thing I would want to say is that the authors need to make us understand what is the process of providing a transmission line. At what stage do we get into these issues of grading, decision, construction, and so forth? Are there creativities involved? So it's important to begin from there. Then we also need to know what are the general issues with the transmission projects. In other words, what is the problem? Is it that the projects are taking too long? In other words, they are delayed in terms of completion time? Or is it because we encounter what you can call cost overruns, that the projects end up being more expensive than what they were initially intended to be? So we begin from there. So once we have understood what the problem is at the general level of the transmission project, then we need to come and understand what is the problem with the waiting of decision. Is it also time taken to acquire the waiting, which eventually affects now the entire project? Or is it the cost? Now, once you are to address that, then it becomes clear why it is important to do whatever it is you are trying to do. So it is not very clear from the paper, but it seems that there are two issues involved in weighing the decision, that is taking too long, and that is impacting on how long it takes to make a transmission project complete. So that's why it's important for us to know at what stage we engage in waiting. Is it before we actually begin construction, or are these things done concurrently? That at some stage we have constructed the line, but at other stages we are yet, because maybe there are delays in getting the waiting. So it's important for us to look at that. Now, if the problem is cost, then the analysis required is different than if the process is time, if the problem is the time it takes. So once we have identified, or if the problems are both, then we cannot address both of them in the same way. Because if the problem is cost, there is something we call cost efficiency. We want to compare the actual cost to the minimum cost required to make this process complete. So that's important, we need to clarify that. And then some other thing that we need to distinguish. Now, there is what determines the output of whatever process we are engaged in, or whatever activity we are engaged in. So, for example, you would say acquiring a radio, we need to understand what is involved. The authors talk about process. Now, but when you look at page 3 of their work, the process is very clear. So definitely the process is not the problem. The problem could be maybe the time it takes to go through that process for some projects, or the cost involved, the cost of doing the process. Because the process is the same for all the projects. But then there could be differences in what it takes to complete it. So it's important we need to be aware of that. So I was trying to point out that we need to distinguish between what determines the efficiency of an activity. In other words, we may find this farm, two things are inefficient, but at different levels. So the things that make us generate the efficiency scores are not the same as determinants of the efficiency. So the authors need to have two models. There is the PEA process of determining the efficiency scores for the 18 projects they have. And then now these scores need to be related to the other factors they are referring to, which now affect how those scores, why we observe the scores. So why do we observe 0.6 for some project and 0.5? Both of them are inefficient, but one is nearer becoming efficient than the other one. So you need two models. After you have generated those scores, you need to connect them to something else. Now, it was not clear to me what these descriptive statistics provided in the example of those variables. It was not clear whether those are inputs, those are outputs, or those variables are a mixture. Because I could see something there about actual delivery time. Is that what you're modeling? Or that is what was actually found there? So it's not clear. So it becomes, you need to make it very clear what are your inputs and what are your outputs between these variables. And also when I look at your, we pay a lot of attention to details in the academy. So when I look at the equations, what exactly are you minimizing? I know you did not, the other participants have not seen the equations which you're doing, but we should look at where those equations coming from. So it's not very clear to me what exactly are you minimizing. Are you minimizing the time it takes to acquire creative to those projects? Are you minimizing the costs involved? So remember I said that the processes required are different. The technique of minimizing the cost is not the same as that of minimizing the time taken. And then so that they don't take a lot of time. Now this is we have a liquidity crisis currently. And you see the liquidity plus the things that appear small actually count. So I would encourage you to be going through the data to correct what I usually call graphical errors. Because these typical errors in certain fields or in certain areas can make something regular to my time in work. So I'm mentioning it as a last point, but it's a very important point because we have a crisis. When you look at even official documents in this country, you find errors here and there. When you look at newspaper stories, you find errors here and there. The problem is that we are not paying attention to the detail of the language. So in research, you want you to do that. Yes, before you send this paper to any journal, because my belief is that you don't just want this paper to be read only by people in KETRACO. You want, after you are complete writing the paper, you want to send it to a journal, so the paper can be read by someone in Pakistan or someone in Ghana to see exactly what you did. And when you send these papers to journalists, I know what happens there when the journalists send to reviewers. One very bad reviewer, I reject all papers that have language problems, irrespective of what they're doing. So we don't want review to fail to publish very good work because of that. Otherwise, also months of stop here, but aside which annually we provide detailed comments to the class. And that is thank you very much.
Thank you so much, Daktari, for that critique and proposals that you played to the team. I really appreciate. We are going to move the plenary session. I know they're going to make some minor changes to the stage, have some 2 seats, and I'll be requesting Matilda and Edwin to prepare to come on board. So we'll be taking a couple of questions, maybe 3 at a time. Then the team will answer. Then we can proceed. Then maybe the MC will let me know when you are hungry enough to go for lunch. We still have a session that will try to keep it brief. This session, we still have another session for this from a different perspective. After lunch, we will still take your comments at that time. So, Matilda, David, Karibuni sana. Then we have Mike, that will be once we get the time. I want you the MC sees you, then you give a chance to ask the question. Okay, thank you, David. So I request you, if you have any question or comment, please lift up your hand, introduce yourself. Let us know what organization you come from. Then you keep your question or comments brief. Then we'll have a reaction from the panelists here. So let's take the first 3. I can see a hand there. Miss Radial hand. There's one there. There's 2. There's 1 hand here and 1 hand there. So let's start with those 3 questions. So David, that's 2. Then 2 of this essay.
Thank you very much. Kennedy Shikumu from Minister of Energy. Towards the end of the presentation, there are factors that actually affected the technical efficiency weighing of this issue. So I couldn't tell the presenters to go backward so that I can see the side of land that underground cabling will be. So if underground cabling takes the same amount of land overhead lines, then the question is none. But if it takes lower, then I would wish that the presenters shed some light on introducing that twist in the whole transmission network can actually reduce the problems associated with it. Thank you.
Thank you for the question. Thank you.
Thank you. My name is Lydia Stini from KETRACO. I have 2 observations, perhaps the second one is more my question. Sorry. I really can't see them. Thank you, Matilda and your team, for that very elaborate presentation of the challenge of weight acquisition. My first observation was on your empirical literature. I noticed you focused more on distribution and generation. It's hard to say that you could not find empirical literature on transmission, because most of your literature in that respect was with respect to KPLC or even for the exam in Brazil and the other jurisdictions. The second issue is the policy recommendations on where you have recommended provision of a substantive law procedure. I would imagine it would have been more specific in terms of this is what requires legislation in this particular legal instrument. If it is the Energy Act, so what legal instrument were you referring to? Is it the Energy Act, is it the Land Act? Which regulations specifically? I would have imagined more specific recommendations and even the particular recommendation on what needs to be amended through legislation. That would have come out more clearly. Thank you.
Thank you very much, presenters. My name is David Mutike from Kenya. I have two experiential questions, but I really need to get to know how you went through this. So the first one is whether you have encountered a situation when government valuation outcome differs from private sector valuation outcome. And if you have encountered that, then how did you overcome it? The second one is whether you have situations that you are forced to go outside, you are laying down policy framework that you seem to have developed, especially to meet stakeholder demand and expectations when set regulated conversation. And then to what extent has this influenced the robustness of the policy? That's clear. Thank you.
David, can you repeat the first question?
Let me repeat it. Let me repeat. The first question is when you are trying to acquire the building and you have to compensate whoever the owner is, have you encountered a situation whereby you have the governmental value coming up with a number that also differs if you engage a private value? That's the question I'm asking. And if you have encountered such a situation, how did you overcome that? The second question is you have developed a policy framework on values. Have you encountered a situation whereby when you engage the stakeholders whom you're supposed to compensate, circumstances and demand you go outside the policy framework that you're putting down, and what has that helped you make your policy more robust so that I don't come to audit you and I realize you have a policy, but you actually work outside that policy. I hope that makes it a bit more understandable. Thank you.
Thank you, David. Okay, we can have reactions from panelists.
On the issue of underground cabling, I agree. Hello? On the issue of underground cabling, I can't really say anything specific at the moment, but what I know is underground cabling takes less land, but for the sample, the TMUs of transmission lines which we looked at, none of them had underground cable. For a substantial section or a big enough length to probably impact differently from the overhead line. But perhaps Dr. Matiba can give something on the issue of underground cabling and vis-a-vis overhead.
Thank you.
Oh, thank you. Maybe I can add to that. Maybe the first thing we do away is typically the underground cable costs almost 10 times the cost of the overhead line. So it's like the cost of construction of the line. The wheeling is going to be much smaller. For example, we would attend that for an underground cable 132 kV near UK. And the underground cable, the way corridor stick is 11 meters. A single line can take 30 meters and corridor. So definitely an underground cable takes less footprint, but it costs more in terms of construction. So far with KETRACO, we're using underground cables in areas where there are flight paths. So in UK, there's the Air Force Base, where there's a flight path, and also the Mombasa Road line just before the Bakassan station. We've also done an cable deposit flight path to Jomo Kenyatta International Airport. Kenya also did a 220 kV undercover cable from Embakasi all the way to the railway and GIS substation. So usually we use them because they're very expensive for areas that are either confined in urban areas or bypass. So balance the cost of the project vis-a-vis the cost of wages. Thank you. Continue.
I will answer the second question. This is the most of the bigger questions, particularly which needs to be answered in this part. Currently, we know that the Survey Act, which was formulated some years ago, is under review. There is also the integrated land management system as currently developed, irrigation data. Therefore, it is a time for us to also see whether we is also being anchored in some of those elements that are being brought on board. There's also the spatial planning. I think we will have something like that, because I'm not an expert on economics and modeling, but I know there is quite a lot in terms of division, and as the PS had already mentioned, the Bureau of Rights has already also given more rights to the Wajibus in terms of just and prompt compensation. And therefore, there's some other subsections which also provide for even can be paid with respect to limitations, which now poses another challenge whether we could be able to enforce ourselves. So those are some of the things maybe we could be able to look and take the advantage in terms of regulations and be able to have a more seamless. Because when I did my literature review, we found that the issues of outright budgets was more clear than the application, because there was not a clear mention on how it should be undertaken. Therefore, giving it to the person undertaking it to come up with an internal policy. Thank you.
Further to comment on that, the specific perhaps policy, something that informs the policy that can be done is the issue of the reviewed resettlement policy framework for KETRACO being anchored either in the regulations. Most likely it's convenient, I think, to put it in the regulations, which will be the Land Act or the Energy Act, I don't know which one. But currently, how you compute compensation for limited loss of use is not informed by any statute or any regulation. It is derived from our policy. It is derived from practice, what KPLC used to do before us, that is a payment for limited loss of use. But that is not anchored in any statute or any regulation. I think that's why I don't know if that answers your question, Lydia. And that is what we probably maybe should have said at the end that we have recommended. I think we did mention somewhere that the RPF, in KETRACO we call it the RPF, that the resettlement policy framework should be anchored in the regulations. I don't know which regulations. We already passed the Land Act regulations in 2017, and it's missing in there. I don't know which other act it can be put in, maybe the Energy Act, or any other act that deals with the land administration. Preferably, it should be put in an act which is dealing with the land, because it would have more, it would be clearer to everyone. Because at the moment, our issue is, when you go to talk to project affected people, they are like, policy is yours, it's a KETRACO thing. It is not, where is the law that says you should pay me 30%, 50%, 40% of the value of the affected land? That is that would be the specific recommendation. On the issue of empirical literature, yes, mostly we focus on studies, or at least those are the studies that we found which had been done. But remember, before KETRACO, KPLC used to do transmission. There is several studies, two studies which were on KPLC. And KPLC had the component of transmission line before KETRACO came into being. So we didn't specifically choose to dwell on those organizations that deal with the distribution. It is the studies that were available or the studies that have been done. On the issue of variances in valuation amounts, I would want to comment this way, that valuation is an opinion, it is okay, but that opinion is informed by the instruction given by the client. If KETRACO gave instructions to, gave the NLC valuers instruction to do a valuation for us in a specific place, it does not mean that the landowner will give similar instructions to a private valuation firm. But then what happens is, we try and sit down with those valuers and reason out what aspect did you consider in coming out with your figure to arrive at a moderated or an agreed figure. I have my boss here, Johnson Odoka. I don't know if you can comment on the issue of variances in valuation. I think he can. Give him a mic, please.
Thank you. Ideally, and from what we have learned at the university, we have a code of conduct among all the practice valuers in Kenya that we should be in the whole of Eastern region. That no two valuers should ever differ in opinion that they will contribute by more than 10%, 15%. That it is known by every valuer holding a license in Kenya and East Africa. So if you find two of them differing by more than 15%, the professors of the university and the ISK comes and tells us one of them must be wrong. Okay? So we normally, when we find ourselves in that situation, we go around looking for the wrong one. And obviously, because we are valuers, by instinct, obviously, by looking at the two valuations, having been to that site before, the senior valuers like, we should be able to know who is wrong. There are courses of action. One of them is acting as the police for the valuers region board and the ISK, report this character, and other deal with it. So that's how we deal with these variants if they occur. But either government or private valuer, they should not differ by more than 15%. They are both values. Thank you.
Oh, okay. I thought maybe that's something that we have one of the policy.
Oh, okay. I can't think of a situation where we've gone outside our policy, and if we do, then it would still have to go back to our board. So it still becomes, I guess, part of the policy for the decision to be made if there's something that has been done that was not foreseen in the resettlement policy framework.
Thank you for that. David, I can assure you we are late in our settlement framework policy. It's supposed to be due to management, but sometime in July. Then lobby up to other stakeholders in the sector and outside, hopefully in August or September, so that we can finalize it and start lobbying for the National Assembly, see how they can incorporate it. Okay, now I'm standing between lunch and this is a funny question. Remember the next session we still have, it will be a presentation on this, and we still have a discussion of points want to present it, but somebody may have burning questions for the two specific presenters. Is there any other room? Okay. From Eric, our brother has a question. Okay, take that question, so we can went up for lunch.
Thank you, really, fantastic project. Yeah, just interested when you're talking about technology. I'm wondering, do we have wireless transmission lines in this node so that we can incorporate it here? Because as I'm talking about technology, have you ever thought about it? Thank you.
Okay, that is a question for Dr. Sinod in the afternoon. Stay by and to answer that question. I know there's minimal transmission. I saw something in Sweden, but it's extremely minimal. So it's such basis. But Dr. Sinod will be in the afternoon. He'll share something on that. So I want to request that we wind up for this session. The first session I'm going to finish 1 hour 20 minutes late. We have managed to reduce it to 1 hour time schedule, and continue to reduce the amount of time so that at the end of the day we can finish at the same time. So I'll invite let's appreciate Matilda, Edwin, and
Thank you very much, team. Thank you, Dr. Matibo. Thank you, Matilda. Thank you, Edwin. Much appreciated. So, we are now ready to break for lunch, and I just want to quickly announce a few lunch protocols. Sorry. We have 2 serving points on the left and on the right, and we just break the room into half. This team can go to the serving point on the left, and this side of the room can go to the serving point on the right. Once you serve, you have 2 options. Either use the cocktail tables that are out there in a standing fashion, or just come back with your meal and have your food here. As you serve, you'll be provided with a glove that you can use it on your right hand. Use your right hand for you to serve, and use the left hand to hold the plate, and you'll be given your cutlery in some napkins. So everything you can either have it outside or inside here. I want to confirm that the food has been paid for and that it has been blessed. So without further ado, the time now is 1:22. Yes. I think we can be able to be back here by 2 o'clock. Lunch can be done in 40 minutes. Just for us to be able to catch up with the program. Try as much as possible to immediately serve, come inside or use the outside area. At exactly 2 o'clock, we begin the second part of the session. Thank you, and please enjoy your lunch. Asante sana. I think both doors will be opened so that from the first tables just outside, we just open and we can start serving our lunch.
Easter, Eva, and Ogura. As Dr. Matifa has mentioned, I work for the East Africa Energy Program, which is also Power Africa. This is a USA funded project by RJ International. And the goal of this African program is basically to expand affordable and reliable electricity services in Africa. Good. Now, this study is somehow related to what we had earlier, but the difference is that this study was empirical, meaning we were able to collect data from the communities and they used household survey. We also were able to do some collect data from key informants. In this discussion, therefore, I'm trying to move the slide. Good. So I talk about the context of the study. I also talk about the statement of the problem, research objectives, also the hypothesis, the significance of the research, literature review, and also some gaps that are identified and informed this study. I also talk about research methodology, results, conclusions, and also recommendations. So, looking at the context of the study, based on what we had this morning, this energy aspect is based on the SDG number 7, which focuses on affordable, reliable, and sustainable modern energy. And we know that electricity transmission emerges as a critical driver in easing deficiency in power supply in Africa. So globally, wave acquisition is crucial to the development of electricity transmission infrastructure. And we know, for example, in Kenya, in terms of connection, we are talking about maybe 60% or so. So the demand for energy is still needed and still growing. Sub-Saharan Africa faces major crisis in the region due to inadequate and reliable and costly electricity infrastructure. Kenya has witnessed considerable challenges pertaining to the acquisition of relief by utilities, and transmission developers therefore need to understand why relief acquisition presents this challenge and how it can be addressed. And we have noted that communities also sometimes they are reluctant to sell the land, as we had in the first discussion. And therefore, this needs land ownership an issue when it comes to issues of land acquisition or relief acquisition. So, what is the settlement of the problem? Basically, East Africa records the highest number of people with no access to electricity, as I've mentioned, about 60%. Despite well-known benefits derived from electrification, still there has been a struggle in terms of in relation to the rates of electrification. So there's a positive correlation between access to electricity and social transformation and economic development. So therefore, you find that communities sometimes, some of these challenges still remains speculative, because sometimes there's limited research on this, and probably this is what, as I speak now, informed this study that made us to now go deeper and probably interview people who have been involved in these communities and key informants on their feelings about the challenges of maybe as maybe being implemented by KETRACO as a power utility also involved in power transmission. So the research has two objectives. One was to analyze community challenges in the power sector, and the other one was basically looking at how can we perform some recommendations in dealing with related challenges. So we had two hypotheses and we tested them. I don't want to go into the details because of time. So allow me now to talk about the significance of
of this research. I think it has also been mentioned earlier, but I can just mention the last section that the research findings and recommendations in this study will actually help to actually understand some of the contextual factors that influence or that affect weighing acquisition. Just to mention this line that we did the research, the suicide transmission line. This was informed by the availability of data and also the issues that came out in the reports in terms of challenges, and also this is the line that had also some incidences of appeal for compensation. So in this research, we also did quite a lot of literature review, empirical review in different countries. Research done by different people in different areas, but the focus was mainly on relief. But I can just maybe pick a few areas. Maybe started by Masira 2016. Investigated the factors influencing power expansion in Kenya, and we were able to note some factors that were significant, especially when it comes to the financing of whaling. So in Zambia, started done by June 2019, focused mainly on issues on high voltage transmission, and they came up with a discussion on maybe whaling distance, which is important as maybe as an regulation. We have a number of papers reviewed by various people like Paul in 2016. They were able to review 74 published articles on whaling management. And they noted that quite a number of challenges that came up with issues with the contractor, maybe labor, equipment, and also bad started by Harvard, focused on transmission time in China, which is very significant. Started by Aliu, focused on property development, talking about this moving forward on the issues of flat valuation and how it influences the aspect of whaling acquisition. Some cases like Kifugi 2016, there was a discussion about how people can be able to get compensation even if we didn't hold titles. I think maybe a KETRACO can be a sensitive issue, but these are issues that come out from various research, and I think it's very clear when it comes to compensation problem. Ownership documents are important to ensure that the compensation is actually done to the right people. So allow me now to talk briefly about the summary of the gaps. Maybe previous researchers, quite a number, you get them in the full paper. There was a bit of limitations in analyzing whaling challenges. Also, there was a bit of limited research on whaling planning, acquisition, and also construction. And also, there are some the outcomes, the results, they are actually different in terms of from various scholars. Some, especially the compensation models and also the socio-economic drivers that came from the discussions. So let me talk about the methodology that we used in this research. We followed both mixed and before the mixed method that is qualitative and quantitative. And as I've mentioned, the topic of the study was the season line, completed in 2016. And I think I've mentioned why it was prepared in this study. And it had also some instances of appeal due to lack of satisfaction by communities. The population, we obtained a list from KETRACO of 400 people. So from these people, we were able to get 10%. That's about 40, but we were able to interview 94, 22 males and 12 females, and 4 key informants. And we reached a saturation level, so we did not proceed with the interview. And the sample size was done in a purposive way. We had 7 regions, for example, Kajiado, Kibeto, up to Kajiado or Asabon, where we were able to pick that 4 respondents and also the key informant people who participated in this interview. So how do we collect this data? Just to mention, we did it virtually. This was during this period of COVID. So this was to do phone conversation, which took about 45 to 50 to 60 minutes per person. We also did a bit of testing on the data and validity using 12 respondents. Data entry was using a targeting application. This is an online platform where you enter data as it's actually immediately after finishing the data entry, you have to transmit immediately the paper for analysis. So we did household level surveys and also the key informant interviews. So in this data, we are able to collect descriptive and also differential statistics data, and we are able to analyze maybe moving forward. For differential statistics, we are able to use the features test to determine the relationship between the variables. And also, we also emphasize a lot on ethical research issues, on issues on confidentiality. Good. Allow me now to talk a little about the results. This is just a summary. We have more details, but I just talk about this summary because of time. You find that under descriptive statistics, 78% of those who received the initial compensation and later appealed, they say they were not satisfied, so they were satisfied with the final amounts. 21.4% that were sampled say they were satisfied with the final compensation amount. 82.4% who received the initial wage compensation appealed for various reasons. And maybe after appeal, 20% of the initial compensation amount was approved for a top-up, and I think the figures are there. So let me talk about issues related to meetings, forums, very important for this discussion. 85.3% of the respondents confirmed the meetings took place. Maybe 82.4% of the respondents agreed that KETRACO transmission plans shared the proposed routes of the social exit line. 61% of the respondents felt that KETRACO could not incorporate their personal opinions, maybe in a way. I'm just picking just a few. 70.3% confirmed that they were given explanation regarding the payment. So the issue of meetings, balancer, forums, and negotiations came out as an important variable that I can discuss moving forward. And maybe 85.3% of the respondents had concern about wage compensation. One concern was the low amount of compensation. Maybe respondents expected more, and maybe we'll discuss in probably what is the reasons behind that. Allow me to talk about the socio-economic impact assessment. It was a category that was also analyzed. 7.5% of the survey respondents indicated that neither they or anyone they knew had benefited for short-term employment. This information we got from the lab, that there was an element that was recommending that probably people will be employed, if they were not aware of that. Let me go to this one. 70% were negative about the decision of their communities, either directly as a sort of transmission line, because I have to say that the land was undervalued, and maybe they were not able to develop it or even sell it as the nation. So those are some of the issues that came out from that. So I've mentioned that we went further to do influential statistics. And that paper talks about revenue planning, acquisition, and construction. And the dependent variable is not very clear. The delay here is a delay of power commissioning. And we are looking at 3 areas: meeting participation, compensation, and land use. We use this format because of the sample size, which has exact test because of the format, the sample size. And we know this one is very suitable for a small sample size. We've done the association between two categorical variables. Interesting, we were able to come up with this result that there may be a relationship between power commissioning and the two variables, that is meeting participation and also land use. So you can see the p-value for meeting participation is P is 0.15 and land use is 0.03. So land use, especially those who are the people who are actually using land for farming, it became to be quite significant. It's coming at 0.03. But the research showed that there is likely not a relationship between power commissioning and also compensation. I don't know about the plausible reasons for now, but that was the result that came out. Probably those are issues that probably may be right in further research and maybe in policy interventions. So overall, 74% of the survey respondents indicated that their communities objected to the reviewing process for the transmission line. And probably some of these things can be attributed to various issues that I've talked about. The reasons for resistance for the transmission of for the transmission lines and related compensation were mainly for 1, inadequate compensation, 2, delays in compensation, 3, unfair process, and also inadequate consultation. So the issue of meeting process also comes in. Let me now jump into conclusions. What this research taught, probably they can be what is concluded, and probably I'll talk about recommendation. So the first one, our key informants are positive about the process of wage acquisition and the compensation, as respondents were not comfortable in carrying the process of wage compensation. There was also a huge disparity in terms of figures of compensation. Some could say this amount, others could say the other amount. So we thought that it was different, and you see communities communicate among themselves. Issues of land felt that it was undervalued, and the compensation they received was actually below compensation. Probably aspect of community comes in. You will find that sometimes some of these issues that came from communities, the interviews, maybe information aspect and communication we may not have got very well. We also got to look at the SCR lab. KETRACO has very good SCR lab, but we noted that probably some aspects in those documents were not maybe fully followed. So, what are the recommendations in relation to this research? As I've mentioned, it's important to ensure that SCR and lab recommendations, or what has been put in the two documents, there is a tracker to ensure that they are well implemented and well done. The other thing is that power utilization is also important in the entire verification process to make it more participatory and inclusive. We look at some of the comments that were made. It's sometimes somebody talk about land compensation, land evaluation. They do not even know how it is done, what's the process of land evaluation. So it's important to look at that. The other one is that it's important to also include some elements of wage process in the CSI portfolio as part of the M&A framework within the organization. And also there was an issue that the wage process is complex. So the thinking is that probably it can be simplified to make it easier to understand. And also more resources should be committed to the process, so that also the technical competency can also be reduced. And also it's important to also to inform the relevant ministries, especially those involved in land evaluation, to participate in the process, so that it can be explained properly to the people how the flat formula is alive at. And also, as I mentioned, further research may be required based on maybe a larger sample size to allow for further differential analysis and look to maybe multiple relations and the kind. So further relations to build values. Thank you.
Thank you, Bwana Maina, for that presentation on the social line, and we'll get into a time of discussions and go into more details. But I'll immediately request Johnston Mudoka, who is the senior manager of labor operation in KETRACO, to come in front to give us a brief discussion. Then we'll open up to the plenary session. Mudoka has many years experience in the sector. He's been taking lead in KETRACO for more than 10 years, so he's more conversant with a lot of issues regarding the science. So I will
Thank you. First, let's commend the team. For a good job they have tried. On a very complex subject. And that global tech is a very simple issue. When you are going to pass through my land, and I want to take a bank and slash you, a machete. That's what those guys are trying to solve. So it's not a very, very easy subject. All the same, I've noted several minor flaws, not many, minor flaws in what they have attempted to do. Because basically what they are doing is they are trying to measure the level of satisfaction. Can you measure the satisfaction? They are trying to measure the level of satisfaction of the organization along Susi, which is 100 kilometers long and 60 meters wide, for you know. And some of the issues they are raised, I just want to pick a few, comment on them. But first, I want to those who might not be aware of what we compensate. We have 3 types of assets compensate along the such a corridor. First, we have the land. First, we have the land. Then we have the crop from trees. So we have the land, crops, trees, trees. Then we have building structures where we have people or animals living. On land, which is made the most crucial. On land, we don't pay 100% like the railway or the roads. Because as you know, when you're building a road, those from Ghana who are here, you do an tarmac, the pro boxes and other vehicles pass through there at more than 120 kilometers per hour. So you don't have to be living there. Now, contrary to this, in the whaling, in case of whaling, we don't acquire the land. In fact, after we are doing the construction, we allow you to fence the land the way it is. And then we only limit you from doing 2 things, mainly building a house for safety, and then planting a tree that might grow beyond 12 feet when it's mature. You know, Corelia, Longam, and all that. So, in that, due to that, we pay a minimum basic rate of 30% of the value of the affected land. 30%. And for those who might not be aware, we have checked. Before we came up with this, we were in the whole of Africa, we checked. And we compared with the other countries, what they have been doing, we decided that in February. And the more we went further and visited the European countries who are doing demolishing their own lands and building underground cables. Many of the Scandinavian countries. We have checked with Norway, we have checked with Denmark. I have their policies, by the way. They are paying at 10%. Although their chambers are bigger than ours. So we came up with a model thing of 30%. So you can see actually we are among the highest paid, most likely in the world, 30%. Then the issues of peace here. They are talking about inadequate compensation in Kenya and mostly in Africa. I don't expect any NGO person to walk around asking them whether they want to compensate fairly and things or actually compensate fairly. It's not true. They always think you are going to agitate for them to get more pay. It's not true. In Kenya, that's normal. Just like if you drop a thousand note at the gate right now, you'll be surprised there are so many things and others. And I'm not seeing one. You see one of them standing on it, only get them standing there waiting, and you all of us are going to get big. At least it's our nature. So that might not be a reason enough to condemn people who are involved in doing a compensation. So he has talked about lazy compensation. Sometimes the negotiations take too long. Like in this case, we took 3 years fighting over the 20% extra compensation, which was sorted at State House, not in the ground. You get that? So it was not our fault. The negotiations took too long. And then we have this issue of engagement, which we take very seriously. For example, I'll tell you, we start with Asia. When the line is planned, you know Asia, the Environmental Social Impact Assessment Report, which goes to NEMA. And there is only after NEMA is satisfied that we get a license to proceed. Now, at this stage, we engage the communities extensively, and it's a requirement. We do it engagement extensively at that early stage. We have minutes, records, pictures, photographs, and all that for attendees. And then after that, we do the RAP, the Resettlement Action Plan, which is a material too. During this stage again, we engage them extensively. We have records to that effect. Then the other issue is, during compensation, we also engage them extensively, and we agree with them during negotiations. And again, during the entire construction cycle, we also engage them extensively. So anybody saying we have your records. The other thing is we have our development partners like the World Bank, EFDB, NDB. We know them. These are people financing the construction of the project. They also monitor us, ensure that we follow all the procedures we have set, and even adhere to the international policies during the entire project cycle. So anybody saying we have not adhered to the laws, otherwise the project will be stopped by the financials. Basically, most of the issues raised are about satisfaction, as I said at the beginning. And what I would like to advise the team to do, and I wish they did that when they said the board or whatever their project, is to try and verify the data, the information they go from the field with my office. We are very open. Just come in, let's collaborate, and you'll be able to make your research quite effective. Thank you.
Thank you, Johnson Moloka, for that discussion and open up the session of the preliminary session where we will move next. So I've been inviting Paul Maina and Moloka to the stage. And I think the other panelists are still around. So in case you had a question to Dr. Hiram and Rito or to Matilda or to Edwin or Awiti or in this session, please feel free to ask, but I'll ask Moloka and Paul Maina to come to the stage. Someone can do the mics. So like the last time, we did 3 questions. I can see one hand there. Can I finish 3 hands here? Maybe I make 6, okay. There's one there, one behind. Matilda can answer the question, please. There's one. Then Matilda, come here. We have I see. Oops, let me start with those. Okay, David, there are three. So I still have Matilda, David, and the lady on that side. So we start with those 6 questions. And then I'll request my panelists to be brief. They can answer. So my second round is to start from there.
All right, thank you. My name is Luigo from KETRACO. I have a question from Paul. You indicated that the target population was 400, and you chose 10% as your sample size. Within that sample size, from what I understand, is that the respondents now used purposive sampling to be able to identify the respondents on about 40. Well, my question is, do you think the 10% you picked actually gave you a representation of the target population, because you just took 10%? And that would allude to some of the anomalies that Johnson Mugoka is bringing about, because there's an element, there's a chance that the 10% picked would have led to biased responses, given that those there's an element that those would be some of the highly unsatisfied PUBs. Thank you.
Good afternoon. My question is on. Sorry. My name is James Konai. I'm a stakeholder engagement expert and publisher and journalist in the energy sector. My question goes to the team here. I've attended several medium-term public participation meetings before budget or before the plans are put up by various counties. But very rarely do issues of the projects from KETRACO come up in the document when they are discussing about and there is a public participation on projects that are going to be done in their counties. And I think this is where we find a bit of a problem, because sometimes you can come alone and talk about a project. But when you look at how the county has decided the projects they're going to do, we rarely see issues of KETRACO coming up in that discussion. So maybe you can enlighten that.
Is there evidence? Was it? That's a big one.
Mine is not really a question, it's just an FYI. I saw in the study you talked about the Willy Act, and this study was done pre-May 2012. The Willy Act was repealed by the Land Act 2012.
Thank you, Mr. And then here we have more hands to say.
My name is Brian Aware, Energy Policy Analyst from the Kenya Institute for Public Policy and Research Analysis. So my question goes to all the presenters. If there was any specific policy gap or specific policy recommendation in the current policies in Kenya, especially in the energy sector, which ones would you recommend? Maybe they could be compared to comparator or aspirator countries.
Thank you. My name is Andrew Dede, KETRACO. I wanted to just ask for some clarification on the results. You mentioned that 10 respondents say that the process for acquisition was unfair. That isn't very clear. What does unfair mean?
Okay, Michael Smith from GTC. You have clarified that you pay about 30% of the value of the land. Now, from a fairness point of view, most of those land is being taken. Doesn't the land use also matter? Because supposing the land use was involving commercial and development agreements, would such a person may consider this to be a very low and fair compensation? Thank you.
Thank you. Okay, I'm Max Kimaga. I'm a student student. I think the question more or less relates to the last question. But I'm trying to ask, is there situations whereby the locals or the residents can convince you as a KETRACO not to go to their land, or is that the negotiations are basically mainly about compensations, whether you get the compensations or not? Or there are situations whereby now you can decide now that I'm not taking up that land because it's produced by the owner that he has no use to it and he's back to it. Then also my second question is, are the residents allowed to hire their own evaluators? For example, they just have to use the ones that come.
Thank you. David?
Thank you very much. My name is David Mafika from Kenya. The first one is a comment. This is concerning reliefs. Sometimes the delays that we encounter in trying to compensate this relief can cause it's too much for the economy. This is a public good. The next thing is sometimes this thing you're calling compulsory acquisition, I think, is something all of us need to have a way where it can be integrated in the current act, in a way that it can be regularized to make sure these delays they overcome. The second one is a comment, is a question, and I'm going back all the way in the morning. You see, you can still ask in the morning. My question is to Dr. Engineer Ian Benito on the subtract program. And my question is, how are you protecting Kenyan intellectual property rights? And how do you see us benefiting from future royalties that might arise from innovations that you encounter in that program? And I'm asking this because if you check intellectual property database, Kenyans are very poor in protecting our intellectual property. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you, Dr. Martin. I think I will make the response to this last question. It was asked by Mr. Baker. Yes, the sample size we picked 10%, and we were targeting to do 40%. And this is statistically is acceptable. But then we reached a certain level, we reached a saturation level, whereby we are just getting the same responses. So we wrote as a message at work, it's time to think about it, so we stopped at that level. But if you look at my recommendations, I've mentioned that a bigger sample size, probably, we have allowed for deeper analysis. But for our case, based on that, in the 7 regions that we identified, and we were supplied by so maybe I can respond to the last question so that I can hand over to my colleague here. The issue of very unrooted, what she has asked, I think there's an issue there, which maybe needs to be corrected. Somebody asked about what we mean by one idea. Well, if you look at the full paper, you get those recommendations, exclusions. But basically, it meant that the process was not transparent, or maybe the compensation was not done. Because as I mentioned in the discussion, is that you find that some people are arguing that there are people who are paying more money than others. But sometimes you find that this communication may be okay. Sometimes you can say it's misleading, but that's what I see in the recommendation. That probably we need to see what kind of a strategy can we come up with to be able to pass communication, proper communication to the communities. Maybe those that we interviewed never attended meetings, so they didn't have the idea about issues of compensation. Like what my colleague talked about 100% compensation. How many people know they're supposed to be 100%? And sometimes communities compare with other lines. They compare with other people how they have been compensated. Sometimes they even compare with the value of land at that particular area. So communication, personal information probably to solve some of those challenges that probably come along. And maybe as people doing research, sometimes we made it very clear to them that we are not doing any further compensation. So, so the discussion, therefore, was clear that we are just asking questions to help improve on the learning process. But as it's always expected, somebody will expect that if I say I was not paid, I'll be paid. And these are some of the challenges that come along with research. Thank you.
I will start with. Let me start with the secret is now in why. Whenever you attend the meeting with the government or at the government level, it doesn't do a global country featuring the discussion. I will tell you, as I've said, from the Asia studies at the beginning of the project, you know, the county government, that is 2013, they are among the most important lead agents along this line. So they are among the first we engage and serve with our studies for comments. Again, when we gazette the lines, it's required under section 144 of the Land Act 2020. The section requires that we distribute copies of these notices to all the interested parties, including the landowners, people living around there, county governments, and all that, even the MPs and MCs. And we actually do it. We do photocopies, put them in boxes and distribute to all the county governments affected by our lines and corridors. So, and if you go to the ground, we actually working with MCAs and sometimes the witnesses and MPs on the ground along the line. They do attend our meetings. Why the county government don't get to get involved? Then I got it. Although some of them are big, like now you're working with the government on the line, very closely to implement a very long line, almost 300 kilometers from Garrison to Garrison. So some of them are responsibly working with, others might not. Then we have what Matilda mentioned, that our friends also try to use the reviewed laws. When you are writing such a report, trying to avoid using laws which are not really existed. Like when you land compensation, the Land Acquisition Act 295, law including 20%, you check that and try to regulate. Then we have, there's some about the policy issues somewhere here. Some of them are, their words were misfollowed by the mass. And I don't know, I was not getting it. That one and the one on Dede, I didn't get exactly what he was saying. And then we have the GDC friend, colleague here, who is asking about the 30% and the relationship with the impact on commercial parcels of land. Now, when we say we are paying basic 30%, that's like in Europe, we are paying basic 10%, not in Europe. We don't mean everyone is going to be paid at 30%. That's the basic I say. But if at the other extreme, if you have a project in Kenya, which you bought with a stima circle loan with your wife, and we are making it, then we are bound by the same policy to compensate you at 100% so that you can buy another plot and build your plant house. Hope you get that correctly. So there is a whole range from 30% basic to 100% for an adversely affected landowner. Then there is a student here also, I think, get what you have. Maybe they can pass over things of what we do. Then we have David, who is asking about the costliness of a wedding. And is requesting if he can enjoy compulsory acquisition. The law is very clear currently. The two of them have been brought into that's the land acquisition for roads and railways and also. And then waiting at these other roads for access to the river, when you are brought to the river, all that. They have been brought to the same act, but segregated into two parts. The Land Acquisition Act has been blended into what we call it Part 9 of the Act. It is very clear. The whole of it, the way it was with minor modifications. Then that is what we're dealing with other business. The way it has been planted, and it's a new issue, planted and enhanced in Part 10 of the Act. We need to read them to understand that. So it's not that they say vacuum. They already made the law, the new Act. Thank you.
So it looks like some questions. That's it. Yes, you want to make it? Please give your mic. No, but it's
Thank you. Your question regarding my presentation, but probably I start with the policy. Energy policy, I think somewhere from the KETRACO, you're asking what else we may have identified regarding energy policy. I'm not looked at it in details, but just browsing through the available on KET, I'm able to pick out that probably we need to have an implementation plan on that, but in details are getting additional gaps that would assist during the revision. But going to KENGEN, we work together on subjects, and we are in discussion with the team from JICA and also JST, Japan, and your company is well represented. Also the GBC, we are discussing what is called collaborative research agreement, and then all those issues regarding intellectual property will be captured. The good thing about it is that we have a well-developed intellectual property office led by Engineer PK, and we shall ensure that all matters regarding intellectual property are well captured, and so that we ensure that the rights of Kenyans are well protected. It is very true that IP is not considered a lot, not just in Kenya but also in Sub-Saharan Africa, but it is necessary that we all identify that as a challenge, and whatever we do, we try to ensure that we protect our innovations. Thank you.
Clarify the issue of the policy gap.
Policy gap. This is the energy policy.
What happened? In the 2008, the new laws. And when the regulations came almost 4 or 5 years later, we tried to have our policy engaged in the regulations. Somehow it was missed out. They never captured that. Then later the land index valuation, land value index there. I also was involved in the meetings. We tried to push it through because it came out missing in the regulation. Then in the first attempt at the Energy Act, I was involved in the meetings with my team. We tried to push it through to implement it when we tried it a lot. It was again left. Now recently, there was a very serious meeting which took place last month in Naivasha, and my team was involved, I think, with all the other parties. And actually that issue was debated, and they carried our policy with them to make sure that it comes out to the new regulations, which I guess about to come out. Thank you.
So there's a clarification for the gentleman from Ivan. I believe we can be able to go through the existing Energy Act, the policy itself, and see how we can contribute. I think we just need to get its contact. But I was also not involved in developing the policy. I also deal with my needs as a stakeholder, and I believe all these policies, it's possible during the revision to capture all people's views. Thank you.
Okay, thank you for adding the policy and raising IP. That was asked by David.
And the question that you missed was regarding whether the local residents can actually tell us to not build on the land to divert the line. Maybe the quickest comment is that unlike maybe the small lines done by our sister companies in Empower and KETRACO, a transmission line to route is normally very difficult. You have to start a number of kilometers away where it's routing, so you cannot just change corners at any time. So we have to find various strategies, convince, persuade the landowner so that we can build. And I've seen some hunts, but I'm also looking at my watch, saying I know we've gone a lot. From what I've listened, I think we need when I'm working a team, maybe one day to have a conference on only weighing issues only. Just in a comment from colleagues in Malawi and Tanzania, they were willing to participate in the discussion plan from us, because we have maybe more experience, or we have more people to rebuild, but maybe they're also heading there, so there's a lot to learn from us. So unless I'm taking a burning question, then I'm inviting the next moderator, Odede, to come over, but I saw a hand. There's one question there, for this one, so let's take one or two questions. There's one there, we take that, and any other burning one? Our office is always open. Karibu, as long as you're not in big numbers, we can accommodate and have meetings and discuss more.
Okay, thank you very much. I'm Clive Ayuko. I'm a freelance journalist based in Nairobi, Kenya. And my question is, the United Nations Development Agency released a very, very disturbing report. They call it the age of the Anthropocene, where we actually have to factor in the environment whenever we're making any form of development. In terms of this particular report, and I'm thinking the United Nations Development Agency is an agency that we follow certain rules that they come up with. In terms of future policies, how is this particular report and these recommendations on how to preserve our environment, how do they change the landscape in terms of how we operate and how we develop energy infrastructure in Kenya going forward? Thank you.
Okay, maybe I'll just take that briefly. Whenever we put up our transmission, whether transmission infrastructure or any infrastructure in energy, whether it's generation, we normally have to ensure that our projects meet all the environmental regulations that exist, both from NEMA. We have the MCA that exists, but we also have usually very stringent requirements by financial, whether World Bank and the rest, we normally have a high level. So we always ensure that we follow up. So we do a lot of sensitization. We're going to get the NEMA license by continuous, then we have the environmental management plan, where you confirm that the contractor adheres all the conditions. The contract says it's all the way and continuous. We do every quarter reports to NEMA, and every quarter I report to our financials, and I can assure you that usually most financials, World Bank, ADB, and the rest are usually very strict when it comes to environmental issues, and we definitely have to up our game to meet their standards. So that's the short version of the answer I could give you. But I said we are always welcome at Kawi House to discuss issues related with wage compensation. That's what keeps some of us busy the whole week. And we try our best to do our lines with minimum stoppages. But I think from experience, every day there are two people who are stopping at the project. At least every day there's somebody. I think in the morning they'll stay at Tanzania, and we have to carry that up, but we can find a way to move around. So I really request that we stop this session for now, so that we can move to the next session, so that then we don't release you very late to go back to this. I can see the MC coming. Asante sana mmeondoka, and let's appreciate them.
Thank you very much, Dr. Mutibo, for moderating those two sessions. Really appreciate timekeeping and moving the way you did. Thank you very much. We are now remaining with only one more paper, and my task is to introduce our moderator for the day. And our moderator is none other but Engineer Henry Odede. Odede with a H, to note. Yes. So, Engineer Odede is a professional engineer, again with the Engineers Board of Kenya. He's a corporate member of the Institution of Engineers of Kenya. He has close to 30 years of working experience in the public sector, with extensive experience specifically in power system control and operations management. He holds a Bachelor of Technology degree in Electrical and Communication from Moi University. Currently, Engineer Dede works as the Senior Manager, Power Management at KETRACO, where he is responsible for establishing and operationalizing that one. System operations of functions of KETRACO that is being preceded, and this is very important to note, that is being preceded by the project to establish a system, a state-of-the-art National System Control Center and asset management. He is very passionate about timely quality service delivery. And to this end, you will find Odebe taking every opportunity to encourage younger professionals to pursue excellent discipline in their careers. Apart from this, Engineer Dede is a Christian minister, and he also enjoys athletics and football. Ladies and gentlemen, an amazing mentor, an authority when it comes to power systems control, a trailblazer in his area. Put your hands together and help me welcome Engineer Henry.
Thank you, David. For some brethren down here trying to listen. I want to congratulate the team, courageous persons that have done papers here. As MC has said, we are on the last day. When the chief guest was here, he encouraged us that in the next conference we need to delve a little more into design and construction papers. The next paper is basically looking into the very, very tail end of all this transformation in electricity grids, in the sense that it is looking into operational and maintenance aspects. So you can see we have moved all the way from the projects, we have skipped the project in the maintenance bit. And to take us through is one of our own young and upcoming engineers by the name Obadiah or Obadiah, depending on which school that you went to. Obadiah Nganga, who is an energy and engineering system researcher with a great passion for innovation and scientific research. Having graduated with honors from Egerton University with a bachelor's degree in manufacturing engineering in 2007, he went ahead to study a Master's of Energy degree at the University of Auckland in New Zealand in 2018, which he completed in 2020. First class honors. Yes, you know, many people try these things and they don't finish. The issues are linked. The research topic was stochastic scheduling of a large-scale battery storage. Let me add some heights. Storage system for energy arbitrage and reserve markets, a case study of New Zealand. In addition, he studied aspects of cyber physical systems and Industry 4.0 while in the University of Auckland. He is a registered graduate engineer with EBK and is also registered as a professional project manager. Obadiah's professional career spans both academia and also industry. In academia, he served as a teaching assistant at Kenyatta University and as an associate faculty at Mount Kenya University. I went to Moi University. Sorry, my mouth is in Moi. At Mount Kenya University, Murang'a University of Technology, and Kenyatta University
And currently, Obadiah is a part-time lecturer at Murang'a University of Technology. In the industry, he previously worked as a maintenance personnel at Linksoft Communication Systems, engineering systems maintaining Safaricom generators in Nakuru region. He has also had stints at Nampa, Kenya Railways, and CMC Engineering. Obadiah has applied this combination of professional and academic experience to publish 2 articles, develop innovative products, and participate in several design challenges, both locally and internationally. Besides, he has also ventured to private practice to provide consultancy and design services to clients. Outside Obadiah's professional interests, he likes to exercise at the gym. He used to keep fit because he need him in the future. He also spends time to read and watching movies, adventure. He will tell you a little more he likes to expand on that, and nature travels. At this point, I want to invite us to put our hands together as we welcome Obadiah Nana to give us a paper on stochastic and deterministic modeling of transmission line failures for optimal planning and scheduling of maintenance activities. And we are all here.
So, good afternoon, everyone. It's my name, as you told me, Obadiah Nana. And a lot has been said about me. It's just a matter of all the time being adventures, different things here and there. Sometimes you're successful, sometimes you learn a lesson. So I take a lot of motivation from successful engineers. Also, I take a lot of motivation from most of some successful people like Elon Musk. So he always recently was trying to design this starship that he wanted to colonize Mars. And he has been failing continuously every time he tries, he fails, but right now he's able to fly. Based maintenance, we may have other elements affecting the grid that are not directly related to the machine health. Like the discussion this morning, you can have cars, you can have birds hitting or affecting or falling trees. So these are not directly related to the things that are monitored within the transmission asset. So when we may also do condition-based maintenance, you find that some other aspect may be outside. For example, if you have something that is stochastic in markets of local code in a moment, you will find that these can also trigger some these maintenance operation. Then there is the routine maintenance, which is based on time. For example, the physical checks.
and these are actually recommended by the manufacturer of the asset. Now, in terms of the emergency maintenance operation, these are random and they are unexpected, and this can be increased by maybe stochastic element. For example, let's say something like demand. So if you look at the current trend, especially like given here the example of an electric car. So if you look at Tesla Model S, it has got a 100 kilowatt hour battery. So most of the people are taking these electric cars. So, and the current charging capacity is 30 minutes to charge, and they are promising us that they can be able to give us even 10 minutes of charging. So you can imagine that if I own a car that has got a 100 kilowatt hour battery, and I want to charge it in 10 minutes, so that will mean that I have to use approximately 0.9. So if I charge it within 1 hour, it will be just 100 kilowatts. So I charge within 1 hour. If I discharge within 1 hour, it will be 100 kilowatts. So if I was to charge the same within 10 minutes, I would have to charge using 0.9 megawatts. So if you have 100 people in Kenya charging at different points and you don't know when they are going to charge, that will require 90 megawatts. That's the same power that is produced by some of the hydroelectric power stations. And those are just 100 cars, just plugging in and they want to charge. So in future, it may also bring a lot of issues and a lot of constraints to the transmission network. You don't know the number of people who need to charge, and you cannot control them. You cannot tell people that you will not charge your car. And these are the features that are coming into the market very soon. So such things will introduce a lot of complexities to the maintenance, to the transmission system, and also to the power generation system. Also, you find climatic and weather changes. So a lot of, most of the work that has been done on stochastic modeling was triggered by the need to model variabilities, especially in hydropower system planning, because of the uncertainties caused by weather. So a lot of models have been done on the issue of stochastic modeling of hydropower itself, and this is modeled based on thermal power system and also against wind in Brazil and other countries. Also, a lot of studies have been done in New Zealand, also because we also use a lot of hydropower. And these have a lot of stochastic elements because of weather changes. We have a dry year, we have 2 wet years. So how do you anticipate for that, and how do you ensure that the customer is not impacted and we have a big problem in terms of the cost? Also, you find that if you incorporate renewable energy systems, so that wind especially, and the RAM is a little bit more of a base load, it's constant. So if you introduce something like solar and wind, you find that there is a lot of stochastic generation from the solar system. You don't know when the cloud cover is going to come. The sun is constant, but you don't know when the cloud cover will come and reduce the output from such a supply system. We also have the interaction with physical systems such as aeroplanes, cars, drones, and also animals. So this may also impact on the transmission line. So if we can be able to anticipate, model this, and have an effective way of planning for them, and also have a way of ensuring that if they occur, we can be able to deal with them within the minimum time possible, and also schedule them well, then we would expect the rate to be more reliable, and also the impact on costs will be low, and then these companies will also be able to maximize on their profits. So the main impacts will be the high costs and also the excessive lead times in acquiring the new materials, that is, in case this unplanned maintenance operation occur. There is also the economic losses. So whenever you are not transmitting, you are not earning the money. And also, it will also impact also on the consumers negatively. And then there is also the issue of availability of skilled personnel, that is, in case these emergency maintenance operations come and you have not effectively planned for them. And then we have to schedule this in addition to the normal routine maintenance activities. And also you need the repair equipment and also the vehicles, so that they will back to travel to where the fault has occurred. So all these problems will lead to a lot of issues, especially if they are all combined together. So in the problem statement of this research, it's basically what I've been talking about. There are activities, both in demand and supply. There is also stochastic elements of supply and demand, and also these areas are also hard to predict. In addition to this, we have looked at this project, the motivation. We find that the credit is also growing, so as it grows, it becomes more complex. As we are talking about that whatever has been achieved in the last 5 years is nearly what has been achieved over a long period. So we expect that with time, and especially as the market grows, we expect more and more expansion, and this makes the credit conditions more and more complex. So as it grows, we find that more and more complex issues will result. The other aspect I've talked about. And then there is need to incorporate both anticipated and adaptive scheduling techniques, and so that we can be able to study the pattern of land failures and effectively schedule for them. Now the objective is to use mathematical modeling techniques to maximize on profit when reducing the economic costs. And this I've done it in 2 ways. The first one is an exploration research, exploratory research, where you look at ways of justifying that the current stochastic models are better than deterministic models or just the ordinary maintenance methods. And after this, I will develop the model. I already have the model, but we need the data. And of course, I need to make a little bit of changes. And then after this, place the model, that is compare the model against the existing system and see its performance and also improve. And the end result is to develop a maintenance tool that can be used in the long run. So these are the research questions. It's basically the same thing. So I'll jump to the literature view. So based on the analysis, I looked at different, there's a lot of literature in terms of stochastic modeling. And the main methods that are used is, first of all, the deterministic models. These are just based on the historical analysis, and you can be able to develop the schedule. The problem with this is that they don't incorporate random components that normally arise in the day-to-day operation of most of these transmission elements, as well as other elements of the grid. So stochastic models are better, they incorporate this randomness, and you expect better schedules from them. So I've done some, also in terms of optimization, these are the different methods. We have the exact methods. This results to an optimum solution, and what I'm using is an exact method. There are also other approaches. It doesn't mean that these others don't work, but for this case, I'm just focusing on the exact method. There are also the heuristic methods. This include genetic algorithms, simulated allele, vertical swan, total search. All these are generated from study of natural processes. So you look at a process, for example, in genetic algorithm, you look at a process as it develops. But I don't intend to use this. There are also the hybrid approaches that combine different methods. So each of these have been studied extensively. Actually, I've described some of them, but there is a lot of literature on this modeling method, and each has got its own advantages and also some problems associated with it. For example, that methods have a problem, especially when you are modeling large complex systems with a lot of constraints and also a lot of variables. And then we have other methods like artificial intelligence, fuzzy logics, and also simulations. Now,
In terms of the empirical literature, I looked at different papers which have done different scheduling, especially in either transmission lines or combined generation and transmission systems. So you find that some of the researchers have just taken the transmission line to be a constraint for the generating system. So whenever they are optimizing these operations, they tend to combine both large-scale generation with transmission as a constraint. So the papers analyzed in this page talk about the deterministic methods and different methods that are used. They also try to use deterministic methods that incorporate some probability aspects, such as using the first outage rate, that is FOR, that is assuming that one machine is forced to be out at a given time. But that has got its own problem, because if you force one machine to be considered to be not operating, it doesn't incorporate probability very well, because you can have probability systems failing. So you cannot all the time say that I will force one system and this is the system that I will consider and not consider this an asset. And also, if you look at the way it starts, the biting disk for most generation or the biting disk for the grid, it's normally considered as the largest asset that is going to fail. And so whenever you schedule for that reserve, you consider the largest operating system, such that if it was to fail, or the largest transmission asset if it was to fail, then you have somebody standby that can be able to ramp up and produce. Again, this depends on the way the grid is structured. You have, so this can be actually the use of forced outage rate can actually be effectively modeled when you are doing the reserve scheduling. So deterministic models, where they are good, they have got that inherent problem that they are not able to anticipate for such failures. So these are the papers here. I will not go through all of them, but I can just say that most of them they either stochastically model maintenance operation, either as grid and transmission system. So it's all combined together, and then the scheduling of the maintenance process is done so as either to maximize profit, to minimize the cost, or to maximize reliability by ensuring that the outage time is actually as small as possible. So there are so many others who have done this work, and most of these models, they are based against the conventional system. There is one for China here that is done using the high voltage direct current line. So this was actually tested by the nodes and elements of the transmission equipment, and trying to see how those perturbations affect the grid or affect other equipment. And the end result of this study was that using this method, it is much more effective in scheduling the transmission operation. Again, different methods of testing have been used, and we may not be able to go through the whole work, but you can refer to the paper for more expounded information on this. So, the summary is that these stochastic models are actually better as compared to the deterministic models. And then a wide range of methods have been used for optimization based on those studies. And then the main objective, which is achieved in most of the studies, is that they're able to minimize the costs of scheduling operations significantly as compared to the conventional methods, or to maximize profits. I've not found these studies in Africa. I cannot say that they are not there, but I've not found studies in Africa and Kenya, and that is why I decided to explore on this area. And also, perhaps it can be expounded on other areas of the electricity grid. So in this kind of work, we are using multi-stage stochastic
programming, that is MSSP, to get an optimum operations schedule of actually maintaining the assets of the lines and travel. So the research process started in the background study. This is just to justify the need for this process, and later on, the second part will involve the actual modeling. By this process, we will make automatic optimization, data collection and analysis, and then policy development. This policy is a stochastic policy. It's not the other policy, like it's not any other type of social policy. So this is a policy for the scheduling process, and then testing and validation, and also as to develop a tool. Now, in terms of the modeling, the main element I've just said that it is multi-stage stochastic programming, and this will involve dynamic programming. Now, dynamic programming is a way of subdividing a problem, an optimization problem. So rather than taking that problem to be just a whole problem where there are a lot of uncertainties coming each day, so instead of that, you break down that process into stages. For example, instead of developing a 1 year maintenance schedule, you divide it in terms of rates, or in terms of days, whereby each day you have uncertainties that are presented, or each week they are modeled into the system, and you can be able to obtain the optimal results from that. Now, once that is done, the complex problem becomes much more easier to optimize using STDP or stochastic dynamic programming. So in dynamic programming, we have problems divided into stages, and the solution can normally be analyzed in a format which can be easily retrieved to solve other subsequent sub-problems. And you have that in terms to make the modeling process, because the problem becomes very intricate or very complicated because of the sequential stages. The Bellman principle of optimality is used whereby the current decision on the current stage you are in, the actions of the decision that you make are always related to the first decision. You can assume this to be a process whereby you have an initial wealth, W, which is passing through different stages. And so every decision you make every day, so if you have 50,000, today you use 10,000, you remain with 40,000. So tomorrow, if there is no money coming in, or you find another problem which requires you to lose money, so the policy decision or the decisions that you keep on making are affected by the initial and affected by your previous decision, and so the optimization process will continue stage by stage. Now, a multi-stage stochastic problem will appear as it is shown there. So each stage, I've just said that each stage will represent a given time interval, and through this time interval, you will find that there are different. At each stage, you observe some kind of noise or some kind of a random variable, or a variable which is so known as, or a variable which you cannot control. And these are like those elements that are like stochastic demand, stochastic supply, or a variable which you yourself you have no control of. Once you observe this, you are able to make a decision, and this decision affects, for example, the tenant. You can take this to be the health of the system. So if you observe that a certain demand issue has occurred, and then this is going to affect the grid, you can be able to make a decision, and that decision will affect the state of that asset, and that is what will come out as X prime from the first box. Now that is led to the next week, or if you are doing it in terms of days. So if it is, for example, the prices, you can just assume to be the spot prices. I'll give an example later on the spot prices. policies. So this process goes on sequentially in terms of stages. So each stage you can observe the noise or you can observe the hazard or what is occurring. Again, two ways, this can be done in two ways. First, you can observe the hazard and make a decision. That is a hazard decision policy. Or you can just make the decision and observe the hazard. So what I've shown here is first of all observing the hazard and making a decision. So the state variable will be the element that is being propagated around. For example, in terms of well, that will be the initial well that is going from one stage to another. If it is the health of the machine, that will be for the maintenance system. Now, and the control action is what actions that you are taking, and this will affect the control variable will determine the function, the transfer function, and this transfer function will also be mapped the incoming variable to the outgoing variable. For example, if you observe that there is a lot of stochastic demand, then you expect that because of those failures, because of that high demand, you expect that your machine will need some maintenance, and then you take the action to do those maintenance operations. Then you expect that the state of your, or the health of your asset will improve by a certain margin. So if that occurs, then xt will be lower than xt prime. But if you don't take any action, then you expect that xt prime will be lower than xt. That means that your machine will continue deteriorating based on the decision that you make at each stage. And that makes this process better because you are observing the means you're observing these variables as they unfold. And then the decision is being made. And so this is the standard form, just a cost minimization process, and it's a hazard decision problem. Now, the main objective of this modeling process will be to maximize the revenue, and this will be manifested in the objective function of the during the modeling process. And this can be done by minimizing the operational costs, also reducing the number of emergency maintenance, and optimizing the allocation of key resources. So if you are able to schedule the workers, the equipment effectively, you can be able to reduce the overall cost of the maintenance operation. Now, some of the key variables are the preventive maintenance type, the cost of the preventive maintenance and emergency maintenance. Again, this need the data, the revenue. If we are optimizing per system, the model that I consider is just for a specific load, not for the entire network, and the penalty for exceeding the maximum allocated time. The constraints are the equipment, of course, is unlimited, the personnel, the minimum outage time that is required, the schedule itself, is in terms of primary reserve, the first is employees reserves, and also the secondary and tertiary reserves. Also the loading and transmission lines. So you cannot divert everything into online. There are also the catch off flows and those network flows that affect the amount of power that will flow through each transmission asset, and also the time required to order for materials and electricity demand. So like I said, it's an ongoing process, and we're still looking for much of this data. So I did a case study. I just want to present very fast. It involved, this is some part of the work that I did when I was in New Zealand. It involved scheduling of a large battery system. And this battery system is operated by an independent person. That means that he's a price maker, he's not a price maker. So he cannot be able to influence the price, but he's able to get what is offered by the market and then schedule his battery and sell, charge his battery when the prices are lower and sell these when the prices are high. Again, this is being done power, so you find people using it at their home. So it's sometimes you find that the amount of the cost of electricity will reduce for homes that have got those decimal boards. But if you consider the battery implementation, that isn't another problem, because the more you do it, the more you become more innovative in buying and selling. The battery will integrate by recharging discharge. The method that is used to determine the price there is called, they use the GAM software. So of course, it's actually adjusted a little bit. It's not just the general GAM software, that is, for example, on the bread model system. So it takes the price and the unit from all the suppliers within a given time, and then it determines the minimum, the best quantity and price for each and every data, and then the prices. This is done 17 times before the next day, and the trading period are 48, that is 30 minutes for every day. So this battery provider must study the market and then make appropriate decision. So the objective function, of course, for such a person is to sell as much electricity as possible to make profit. And that is the equation there. So it is maximizing the discharge and the charging. So the charging cost is what appears on the, if you look at this side, it's on the left, and the discharge. So discharge minus charge, that will be maximized. And the variables are the battery state of charge from 0 to 1. So if it's a 1 hour battery, charges halfway, it will be 0.5. And in terms of the constraint, that is the constraint is the current state of the battery, then you charge minus discharge. Of course, you cannot exceed the capacity. So using data collected for previous, so this data is normally available from the website for each trading periods each day. So for 2 years, you can be able to see that the electricity is very cheap at night from trading period 0, that is 12 a.m. And then at 7 a.m. when people wake up, sometimes people look at the time, so there is time saving, so the ones are moved forward and backwards. So that's why the current is not just like that in the morning. Also in the evening, people try to use more power. So if you use the normal deterministic schedule, just looking at this data for 2 years, you find that you charge at night, sell in the morning, charge during the day, sell in the evening. And that will be the normal way. But if you take this data, process it such that you remove the regular component that is shown by that black line, so you process the time series so as to remove that regular element that is the normal day fluctuation. Whether that which is stochastic, that means that those price variations are not known, they are exogenous. So if you can be able to buy or anticipate and buy at a low price and sell, then you make more profits from this. And you can actually achieve this first of all by developing an auto-regressive moving average, or the regressive integrated moving average, that is a Lima or ARMA model. You can be able to forecast those anticipated or those learning, you can be able to come up with an equation that approximates that. And this is what you now put into a stochastic model. So this model is, you can use in Python, you can use Julia. I use Julia for this case, and using SQLP, I was able to actually determine this. Now, if you use a deterministic process, you end up with the two curves. So you charge at night, and that is what is shown on the left side, and during the day you also charge and discharge in the evening hours. But if you use a stochastic one, a stochastic model, you will find that during the day you are able to actually make more, we're able to schedule for charges and discharges at times when prices fluctuate without being determined. And this is real data from the spot price market. So these variations will occur during the day, and if you are able to anticipate for them, you can be able to charge and discharge. So this model will give the user more profits on the operator, more profit as compared to just using a deterministic process. Maybe I can just show you from a graph. This model is a infinite horizon model. So the battery can be able to charge and daily charge at night. So you can see, like in a day when the prices are very low, you find that the battery remains on the topmost curve, where it is spaghetti. When it's in a state of charge, the battery remains actually charged for the whole day. But if you look at this when there are a lot of stochastic variation, you may find that the battery is able to actually charge and discharge during the day, and it's able to give the operator higher profits as indicated from the lower curve. Now,
we have less than 2 minutes.
Just going to be expected outcome. So if we do the sensing process for revenue, we expect first of all maximize the revenue for KETRACO and also for other system users. Reduction in operation costs as reflected in maintenance scheduling, and also improved monitoring process, and also better surveillance of the grid. Now, to get this, we need first of all to consider the use of an independent system operator who can be able to actually coordinate the activities of generation, transmission, and distribution in terms of scheduling maintenance activities, and also we must be able to collect data on a regular basis as frequently as possible, and also ensure that this data is open such that it can be used by researchers in several models. So in conclusion, you can say that there is maintenance and scheduling presents a lot of challenges in terms of but also in other areas where the grid is contracted and complex. And so it's we can also say that the current systems of this technology in Kenya, the system is integrated, and various methods are applied in maintenance scheduling. And if we are able to use stochastic model, we can be able to develop better scheduling of maintenance issues. Also, we can be able to plan for grade, we'll also be able to plan effectively for future grid expansion, especially using this model. But I've not incorporated this in this research. We find that also in the planning for grid expansion, it's also to consider these stochastic elements when actually planning for future great ones where they. So this one is just the references, and just put some references on top of them. So that's one. Another round of thoughts values. Yeah, I think that was very good. Congratulations. At this point of time, I'll invite the discussant, and that is none other than Dr. Engineer Joseph Siror, who is the head of System Operations and Power Management at KETRACO, and is very passionate about maintenance. So this is really something very big research. Welcome, Dr. Let's receive his applause.
Good afternoon, everyone. Thank you so much, Papa, for that wonderful presentation. I know at some point it became too technical. And there was a hesitation, I lost some people. But yes, I think that was a very good presentation. I think we did really say that adventurous. We really appreciate the fact that in adventure, you get to the domain of operations and maintenance. We really welcome you to, as you adventure, to keep coming there. There are a lot of things that definitely we need to look at, and that was a very good aspect in coming to this particular area. Also, before I just mention, or rather deal with the issue of this presentation, I've been invited in the morning by Dr. Mativo, and I think you did such a wonderful job in the morning that you actually handled promotion in the process. Yes. So, gentlemen, if you have an AG Mativo, General Manager, PDS, close the AG hands. It's no longer relevant. And I think while Mine was presenting, I think he had activated meditation. I didn't know his other nickname is Dr. Metaphors. I was really amused as it was typing what he was saying. When he mentioned Dr. Mativo, he actually wrote Dr. Metaphors. Very interesting. Yeah. On the issue, I know there was a question asked in the morning about whether there can be wireless transmission. I think possibly the answer would be yes and no. Yes, in the sense that the phone that you have is actually using wireless transmission. It is, the signal is being transmitted from a distance. But when it comes to power transmission, it's really a problem. And without really going into so much technology, there is a rule in transmission called the inverse square rule. That means whatever you transmit, as the distance goes, the signal is reduced by the square of that distance. And that is actually why when they even measure sound, they use decibels. Decibels is a logarithmic measure. Why? Because it attenuates so fast that the only way you can represent it well is by using logarithms. So the main challenge there is that distance will be a major, whatever you transmit here in a very short distance, you almost lose everything. So you can have, possibly, I think you have wireless chargers, which use more of induction. But again, you'll still notice that even as you use induction, the moment you move it even possibly 1 centimeter away, it's already off. Of course, technologies like RFID, or rather for these smart or intelligent devices, use elements of that. Indeed, what happens is that when you press the relay, it actually transmits a signal. It activates the tag, and then the tag responds back with its own identity. But yes, for transmission of power, I think let's say for now, it's a no-brainer. I mean, technology, you would really spend too much power just to be able to deliver very quickly. On the issue of, I know there was a very wonderful presentation in the morning about condition monitoring. Maybe just for as a matter of information, the gentleman who was sitting here, I think, was mentioned to be spearheading the implementation of a state-of-the-art national system control system. And they also did mention about asset management. I know, well, I was in the IT field for almost half of my life, and at times when we say in IT world asset management, we most of the time mean inventory management, where you want to know how stocks are moving, you know, when are they going to be depleted, what are the lead times, making certain presentations. But in the domain of power systems, when we talk about asset management, we actually talk about asset condition monitoring and management. Where, just for illustration, there are a number of aspects you could monitor in a transformer. One of them could be the temperature. One of them could be the condition in the oil that is inside. So you can put sensors and monitor all those parameters. Maybe just as a point of illustration, there is a break, I think, somewhere in the coastal region, which has operated 20,000 times. Now, those are some of the things that you would actually monitor. How many times has this particular device operated, and how is it operating? I know for a computer, you talk about imminent failure. At times, it can tell you your hard disk, based on, it keeps reading. And if it sees that it's reading the same location separately, then it can actually start determining that your hard disk is on the way to be damaged. And it will actually tell you there is an imminent failure of your hard disk. Now, those are some of the parameters we are actually incorporating in our asset management system, so that based on the way it has been behaving and based on the dynamics, it can actually predict to you that you are about to lose that transformer, or you need to maintain it, or you need to replace it. So in terms of asset management and condition, that is already what we have factored in our asset management solution. I do remember where another consultant was pushing us. I think it was more of possibly an IT background, and he was pushing us towards getting an inventory management system. And I keep insisting, no, we are not looking for an inventory management system. We are looking for one which is going to monitor the conditions, and out of the data that it receives, it can tell us that this thing is operating too many times, or at times a signal is sent. There is too much intelligence in a power system. And it can at times determine that this one is receiving a signal, but it's not operating as required. And it can tell you immediately that you actually need to look into that. I think those are just the introductory things that I want to talk about. Now coming to the presentation by Abadai. That was really a very good presentation, engineer. We would, again, like I said, welcome you to keep coming to that area. So, recently I noticed that engineers are not very good in language, so I became a student of law. So if I was ready to talk about his presentation, in terms of relevance, it's very relevant. In terms of weight, it has a very good weight. Now, when I look at the issues that he did discuss, it is very true that we have a lot of stochastic. I think that was a terminology that could disturb some. Yeah, there are quite a number of stochastic issues. But again, when I look at the same presentation, maybe just for information for those who are not very conversant with the planning in the environment we are in, we actually do a lot of modeling. Indeed, you may find transmission towers spanning 1,000 kilometers. You might be tempted to think they are all the same. Even if, I know we have different types of towers, we have suspension and all these things. Dr. Mativo will tell you, and that's actually their domain in terms of the structures, that they will be the designs used in different areas will differ according to certain factors. Some of the factors would be the wind. Some of the other factors could be the height. I do remember for one, and I was actually quite amused from this, because at times, you keep hearing things and you think these are very theoretical things. And we happen to have been doing an inspection of one of our lines using a chopper. And when we reached a particular point, when I told the pilot, let's land here, he told me, based on the height and on the weight of the chopper, we will not be able to take off. And I was like, okay, what do you mean? The moment you go higher, it becomes more difficult for machines to operate at 100%. So there are certain heights a chopper will refuse to land because they will not be able to take off from that place. So the reason why I'm bringing that about is that in substations, or be it in the type of towers, is also height factors. It will be rain factors. It will require a number of things. So whereas yes, you look at your whole topic from the perspective of operations and maintenance, I want to persuade you that this is actually more relevant for planning. What I mean is that these are all factors, in as much as they look so stochastic. But these are the real factors we actually incorporate into it. As a matter of fact, I think you may, I don't know, possibly if you've looked at some of the systems we use, we have modeling tools like PSSC, we have modeling tools like DigSilent. And before we do a number of things, we even say, suppose a short circuit happens. What are some of the things? And then again, in terms of protecting our assets, we do incorporate a lot of protection mechanisms. Indeed, between every 2 points, there will always be relays on both sides. And not only one, they will actually be redundant. And what they will all be looking at is the condition of the line. should it be such as maybe even about causes or at times they say the mountain. But if there was even heavy rains and a twig just a touch and almost cause 2 lines to touch, what that would happen is that the current would rise and the protection devices would just say there is an anomaly on the line. And immediately they will actually treat and isolate the line. Such that now, in as much as these events would occur, but because of what has already been built into the system, and that it's no wonder really that you even agree with the fact that there is very little data. Yeah, that is very true. Because some of the things that have been built into these infrastructures are such that they should minimize to the very lowest the occurrence of those factors. And I did also realize that you separated between deterministic and stochastic. Maybe also in your research, you could better isolate them and tell us which ones could be among those which are deterministic and which ones are part of the other ones. Then the other aspect would actually be, I just remember, I was once a student of a professor called Professor House, and while he was lecturing us on the issue of strategy, one of the examples he once gave, and it has intrigued me though it's almost 20 years down the line, was the issue of, I think, Jaguar here. And he made a comment that, I don't know how true that story was, that there was this Jaguar a given guarantee that the cases will never, will never be damaged. So there was this one individual who drove, and I think in the middle of nowhere, his cases got damaged. So he called the company just told him, hold on there, and they came with a chopper, with a new cases, they fixed it, and then he was released, he went. Of course, he gave his details, expecting to receive a bill. But after some time, he called the company and said, you did such a wonderful job for me, but you've never given me a bill. The company asked, what happened? My cases was replaced. He said, it doesn't happen. That's why you never received a bill. No, he said, it actually happened, and you know he was told, no, cases never get broken. So, it never happens. The whole issue, why I'm bringing that particular perspective, is that even as we look at all these factors, there is the element of who is the manufacturer of whatever you're dealing with. There are those manufacturers whose equipment, they almost have a lifetime guarantee. So that when you're even looking at the probability of failure, some of the factors that you would actually incorporate is that there are those equipment that will last longer, and there are those that can easily get broken. When it again comes to even the contractors again, there could be certain contractors who do such a quantity job, and I do know when I look actually around the grid, there are substations you just go and you say this one was done better. But there are those you go and you're like, okay, now we'll do this one. So there are definitely issues in difference of how some of these things are done, and those are some of the factors that you would actually take into account. Of course, I know there are issues like loading that you did mention, but even when we are talking about loading and overloading, there are things called regulation devices which try to minimize even such certain variation, so that you can never just use one parameter. You could look at how regulated, what systems have been put in place. What are some of the aspects of dealing with redundancies? No, I don't want to talk too long, but yes, that's a very good presentation, but definitely you need to incorporate a number of these factors so that it's all holistic. But do take cognizance that the things that you are really looking at stochastic, while true, are some of the things that we do incorporate into our designs so that whatever issues do come, they cannot, destabilize our grid. And maybe also one of the other aspects that you might notice that again that is missing in this part of the world is that we don't have so much of extreme weather conditions in Africa, or rather in this part. So whereas in places like Canada, it can be shining in the morning and a storm in the evening, those are not very common things when we are living, when we are in a country like Kenya. I do know, for example, that even if you are to factor some of these things, we had a challenge about 3 years ago of Sabaki crossing, where the river, the river really extended so wide, and it actually swept a number of our towers down. Possibly that could almost fit, but again, that was 3 years ago. Yes, we do have maybe minor issues around Olkaria, where at times during the rains, it sweeps and it almost sweeps some of the town. But again, when you look on hindsight, you would again say that given that we know River Tana could expand, what kind of foundations did you put in place? Yes, we are coming up with a design possibly for using a pipe foundation, which again will take care of a situation that would otherwise have been regarded as stochastic and would otherwise have brought the system down. So what I'm essentially saying is that while, yes, this is a very good aspect, but for most of the things that we are dealing with, especially in the KETRACO field, most of them you can't really classify them as stochastic. And it's quite plain. We do undertake inspections. We will use infrared, we will use ultraviolet. It will tell us the kind of joints or the kind if things are not tight. And we undertake preventive maintenance before they happen. We do keep monitoring some of these devices. When we notice they are aging, then we take corrective action. So it never really gets to that point where you could say something has taken or us by surprise. So by instituting certain mechanisms, we can actually minimize what would otherwise have fallen into the category of something that has just fallen out of the ordinary. So I think with that, I will call back the employee. Thank you, Dr. for the discussion. At this point, I just want to mention as I welcome questions. You recall the chief guest talked about what the MC was emphasizing. Is it affordability, cost, those ones. I think the thing that that affects us most is really the cost. You remember the chief guest talked about the per capita consumption vis-a-vis the GDP, and we discussed it during the break. The fact that even when we have connected power, people who have it have to use it. Like my mother always switches it off on when they can't see each other in the house. So doesn't make it be kind. You know. So I think we are looking at issues that would really make this thing cheaper, whatever it is, so that we see how we can grow our GDP, because it's not a miracle. Are we okay? At this point, any questions to either the presenter or Daktari? Very quickly, any hands up? I can see one there. This microphone there. Any other one? Or whatever, keep your peace. No. Okay.
Good afternoon. I'm happy to see my friends here. My question goes to your presentation. Maybe you can give us there was a cyber attack on in the US lines, and how does it come up in this discussion? My other question is on can what you have talked about stochastic, can it be used as a way to raise money? Because I've seen their transmission boards, money being raised on the transmission board. Is it a key determinant of raising funds for future growth of your organization? And my last question is, what is the role of metering, smart metering, in detecting the challenges on the line? Thank you.
Thank you. In terms of the cyber attack, I'm modeling, but in terms of incorporating this is actually somehow challenging, especially if it is carried out by people who have prior knowledge of the system. They can be able to actually know ways of penetrating into the system. It's basically like a type of vandalism whereby you may have a system whereby it's well protected. For example, like a transformer, you have a security system, but you find that if somebody can be able to actually remove or can be able to deactivate that security system, it will become very hard maybe to control it. The other issue is if you can use stochastic for raising, what that means that you can be able to provide some kind of, are you saying in terms of like bidding for some work or having an equipment that is set so that they can take care of those stochastic elements of
I'm saying, I think we are saying it can be used to show the head
of the line. Yes. And I'm seeing the organizations out there like China raising boards with their transmission line. It's an asset. Is it now, can that be part of the data to raise value for a future job? And it be used as an asset, as a measure of the healthiness of the transmission line in order to raise money. I've seen transmission boards around, especially in Europe. Yeah, organizations raising actually a lot of money from using the line as an asset. So it's what represents part of the key aspects of it. Yes, especially in markets that operate in a competitive way, you find that most of the scheduling, especially of reserves and also the transmission assets, you may find that some people are given contracts to provide these, to provide for this. So for Kenya, still we have not reached that stage, but for most of the developed countries, you find they have got independent people who bid for this, and I think it can work for us for the transmission system, because it works for the generators, especially when they are bidding for these reserves. So I think it's something which can actually be used. Because if something is not held, you expect that there are so many fluctuations, and if it is cannot be exactly determined or the health of the system cannot be exactly monitored, you would expect that people can be able to make more money from this. So also in terms of metering, it's important, especially in the grid, to have as many ways of monitoring. And in future, things will go to Industry 4.0, and more systems will become like more cyber-physical systems. And incorporating even artificial intelligence, we expect to see more of smart grid systems and also cyber-physical systems where the system can actually look at its health, and using predetermined models of predetermined ways, you can be able to actually send signals in the parameter or even send signals like maintenance operational. And so more and more monitoring is expected.
Now, have all your questions been dealt with? James? Good.
So, I just wanted to maybe on the question, on the cyber question, much as I'm not the one who asked the question, but while the presenter was answering, I actually thought he should do more, because given what he is trying to do and the issue of cyber attacks, not only in transmission but generally in many industries, I think those questions that were being brought up there. Would you want to add something? Maybe?
In terms of yes, maybe I can look at
like risk preparedness or something.
Yes, but also if they are to face a cyber attack, then the system must be such that it is controlled at a specific point. I don't know whether the KETRACO system is such that it is fully automated, such that you can easily be able to hack into the system and actually switch it remotely. But it happens for systems which you can be able to, you're using a system like SCADA, a SCADA system to control or
automated system. So somebody can be able to have to use a remote way of triggering switches, then it is possible to do that because the number of hacks that are happening, even at those scales, and there is a certain amount if you search, I don't remember the link, they can show you the number of hacks that are going around the world. And you can see there are a lot in especially Africa and also some parts of Europe. You find a lot of hacks happening. But it also depends on how automated the system is. So if somebody was able to penetrate the system and switch them, then you can be able to hold everybody hostage and say, if you don't give me some money, I will just switch off everything. But that depends on, I think, the automation of the system.
Yeah, on the KETRACO side, maybe just for information, we deal with high voltage transmission lines. The lowest voltage we deal with is 132,000, which is almost 1,000 times what we're dedicating as sockets. We go all the way to 220, 400, which is now almost 2,000 times, and yeah, 500 activities. Now, on the issue that you asked, the reason why I mentioned that is that when you look at all our towers, at the very top, there are wires actually running. Those ones are OPGW for most of them. Others could just be, that is ground, but most of them is OPGW. Inside it, most of the time, 24 cores or fiber. Now, our protection system, and the one that ensures the integrity of our entire network, is the information is actually flowing in a few of those cores. And it is what goes all the way to national control. And it's what I mentioned to you before, that when there is any fault in any line, the protection system is going to trigger the breakers to open so that the damage does not continue. I did again even mention that when we look at the protection devices, they don't even exist in sequence. They are redundant. So that if the first one fails, the second one fails. And if again that one fails, we are again out zones. So that another one outside this zone can still operate on the other end to bring security on the line. Now, the reason why I'm again going there is that that network for protection, for passing information to the national control, is completely physically separate from the internet. So there's no way you can ever get into that network. It is closed and it's purely for protection, it's purely for passing information to the national control, and for the world monitoring, we have a SCADA system that's actually running through all our substations. Now, when you now come to the HQ, we do have a number of automated systems. Indeed, actually, you are privileged that the MC actually oversees all that. And for your information, if you need to know, they are standardized. And the gentleman right in front of me is the boss, that is the commander, this is the coordinator of this conference. We have very serious systems, courtesy of the gentleman I've mentioned in the trial. On an ERP front, I think you all know, SAP is the leading the one. That is actually what is happening in the trial. When it comes to, we are running off the cloud, we have a number of cloud solutions. So in terms of automation, we are seriously committed. But in terms of the integrity of our core network, it is too secure, it's completely not connected to the internet.
Okay, thank you. Before I take David's question, since I understand a question myself to the presenter. It is common knowledge that if you have a problem on the textbook grid, the costs can be very heavy. That's why I began by reminding about the issue of costs and my mother not using the power in a various way. Are you giving us the confidence that despite the fact that we have few faults, because they are not zero? Yeah, like Dakar said, once in a while you find a people are going in their tower, in a while you find some people are short their insulators when they are doing things. Are you saying that the things you are calling stochastic? Because we're looking at something that will bring these costs down. Okay, because the rate of faults at a given level are actually fewer. So I am thinking of in a way Wesley has planned to take off a machine at 7 hours because the condition calls for it. So you have a condition-based monitoring gadget which has sent a signal, take this machine out. When he's about to take it out, the carry's line has been shot by those who are learning how to shoot. Okay? Wesley can't go on with this one. Is your model able to tell us the carry's line is going to be shot, so can we reorganize? Thank you. Let's take the question from David so that we can answer both of them. Any other question? Because I want to wind down. Then another David here. Yes.
Thank you. My question was about the body of the presenter and also Dr. Silon. As Dr. Silon mentioned, within our lines, we already have those protective measures put in place. So my question is, in the context of this paper, if we already have protective mechanisms which have been put in place, and an event happens, and as you are explaining the breakers and all that, the information is sent. So is this model able to help us, given the response time that we respond to those scenarios? Because once we get the breakers and all that, we get the signal. As the company, we respond to do the maintenance. So in that case, is this model by Obadia, can it be able to help us determine that optimal time such that we reduce the time that we normally take to attend to the emergency when it has happened? That's the first question. Question 2, and it was alluded by Obadia and also the PS in the morning about the issue of the load. What I'm getting from Obadia is that sometimes you would have change in terms of the load depending on the time. I remember there's a discussion I attended and the team from Kenya Power, and I stand to be corrected because I'm not an engineer, is that sometimes when the load fluctuates, you need a sort of a spinning reserve. And sometimes during the dry spell, because the geothermal power is good for the base load, but the good spinning reserve will come from hydro, if I got it right. So sometimes during the dry spell, when the hydro production is actually down, you find there's likely to be a challenge with the spinning reserve. When that scenario happens and you have the changes, those abrupt changes in the load, is the model still by Obadia able to help us in that scenario? So those are the two questions from my end.
Okay. So let's break down.
Sorry, the third one, the last one is maybe to your final. From Obadia, what frequency of data are we looking at here? Are you looking at daily data, hourly data, weekly data? Because from the way I understand from stochastic modeling, the higher the frequency data, the high frequency data, the better the modeling outcome, as opposed to low frequency data.
Okay, thanks. David?
Yeah, thank you very much. I think mine is more or less comments. The first one is to Obadia, whether the software that was mentioned, GMs for modeling and transmission optimization, whether we have those tools, those softwares for local use. And if Engineer Cyril would also comment whether KETRACO has that. The second comment I have is for Joseph Cyril. Want to mention about wireless power transmission. And I want to mention that as late as last year, we have this company in New Zealand, where you are, where they patented nanotechnology for wireless power transmission for commercial purposes. And they have set up teams going in New Zealand and Boston, who are now actually going deeper to see how this can be realized, building from what this acquired done many years back. Thank you.
Okay, so I wish to request that an answer in the order they sometimes you choose to start with the easier one.
Yes, in terms of the effectiveness of the model, there is one issue in terms of this model is either
to maximize the profit and minimize on cost. Now there is a disconnect between being able to sense, afford, and switch off a system, and like Dr. said, in terms of planning. So my model is based on planning ahead before a fault occurs. So if a certain stochastic load occurs, most of the transmission line will normally switch off. Most of the assets, even in the distribution network, even in the house. For example, if you just short your electricity, it will go off. And so these systems have got those inherent safety devices. They will go off, but the essence is for the modeling process is not actually to sense the time that it is going to go off, but actually to plan ahead based on those stochastics. For example, if you realize that the load variation in a certain line is changing, you can easily plan ahead for the scheduling operation. Of course, when the load exceeds a certain limit, you will find that the system will go off. And I also say that in the morning, the PS said that currently the Kenyan grade is still small, it's still not, it has not expanded so much. So when I was presenting, I said that we expect more stochastic element. Like I was saying that if 100 people just decide to charge their cars, it would mean that one of the power producing like Kaboro would have to provide for them because of the load that they would use. So this is based on the kilowatt hour that is supplied by the battery and the time of charging. So if it's a fast charger, they will actually draw a lot of power, and this will not be determined. So these are some of the future challenges. As we know, most of the world is moving towards electric cars. So we expect that in the future, these stochastic demands or stochastic supply, like if we continue installing more of wind, more of solar, you would expect that they tend to have those kind of variation. For example, you clear the wind to provide, and then all of a sudden it keeps on burning in a way that you cannot determine. So this will induce a lot of variation, and this may affect the people. It's true that the system will switch off, but how can we effectively prevent such kind of occurrences? Of course, we don't want the consumer, we also don't want KETRACO to be at a point whereby they have 1 hour where they are not actually transmitting power. We don't want the consumer also to be in a position whereby he's not able to actually use the power. So it's effective in actually planning those scheduling operations based on the observation of stochastic elements. And our grid is not so much complicated as those ones in the developed world. And also, sometimes we experience failures to be combined. And for example, the time I've stayed out, I've never seen a black and white. Okay.
So let me cut it short. What we're looking at here is even though Daktari and his team and Christina put relays and back them up, we want to move towards their approach like doing anything.
Not actually.
So, yes, isn't it that we have put the relays, but we hope they never have a reason to keep, isn't it? So that you have 100% availability. Of course, you know that it's ideal, but you want to head there. So I was hoping that what you're bringing to us is going to take us from where we are, condition-based, to a level where if our availability is 99.5, we move to 99.7, for example. So are you moving to 99.7 or you are still at 99.5?
Move to 99.7, and of course, based on the way the grid is expanding, instead of moving towards 99.3, because of other problems being reduced, we will move closer to 99.5.
So you just give me wind, because the thing that can't predict. The wind blowing, the rivers messing us up, keep on shooting our things. And I know you got answers for get and actually give you. But moving forward, we want to get deeper into things. Okay, thanks. Question from David, yes.
Yeah. David, actually, I think you answered. I actually mentioned, I wanted to mention the same issue of spinning reserves. The reason why you have spinning reserves is actually to deal with stochastic variation when we are dealing with solar and when we are dealing with wind. Maybe you might not know, but I remember there was an example once when there was a project it was to do, was it 600 megawatts at the coast? And I think it was based on solar and, was it solar or it was wind? I don't remember whichever it was. But of course, to a layman, they will all go into an arrow. But for somebody from national control, they will really understand why you need to reduce it. When you are dealing with sources which are very indeterminate, you cannot afford to have a very big plant in one location. Because that has the possibility of throwing off the entire grid. The reason being, you can have, and I don't remember even for the plants we have in electrical. There's a time I think it varied from over 200 to less than, is it about 50 megawatts? And I think in less than 30 minutes. And you know that can actually have the possibility of throwing the entire network out. So now, and that's why I mentioned about planning. How is it dealt with in recognition of the fact that when you're dealing with solar, when you're dealing with wind, they have the potential of coming very low or going very high within a very short period. You get the answer. The answer is called spinning reserves. Now, ordinarily, and this would be best practice, if you are going to set up a plant, say of solar or wind, dealing with determinate sources, the best way to approach it is to have a spinning reserve right next to you, maybe a generator or some other source, so that in the event, and I do know that in developed countries, those actually who supply secondary resources must also guarantee that they are going to deliver this amount of power continuously. Now, the reason why they can only guarantee is by having another source which should kick in the event that, for example, the wind power is coming down and it's just about to fall below the threshold. The other one will kick in and supply to ensure that it continues to supply that constant power. And how is it being dealt with in our grid? In our grid, the way we have always dealt with it, even at the planning level, is to limit the amount of power per any plant. So if you are doing solar, you just notice they're always doing it 40, 50. It's not accidental. It's not that somebody can go to a house. The issue will be what would be its impact if you have a very big source in one place. And again, the reason why we limit it to 40, let's say, a particular area, you are allowed to put in many different areas. And the logic is, if sunshine should all of a sudden fall from this place, then in another location, the same will not apply. So you want to distribute your risk, and have sources coming from different locations, where a single event cannot affect all of them in a uniform manner. So those are actually some of the mechanisms. Now, when we talked about East research, if there was an area which, personally, I would actually say it can fit very well, is if we needed to come up with time of use time. Where, for example, in Kenya, in Kenya we have a uniform time. Now, possibly such a model may not be very good for economy. Because at night, there are plants which are running, or rather, if they are not taking the power, then you must pay for it. What would be the best approach? Is maybe to look at the time when there is very little demand of power and reduce the tariff even to possibly 2 shillings or 5 shillings. Then anybody now, you will target people, even farmers, right now who can never go into irrigation because of the high cost, especially for non-premium crops, to build very big tanks. Then when it reaches, say, 10 p.m., when the tariff is so low, they now pump all the water into the tanks. They pump or they do whatever they need to do. Or you even force some people to start working at night. I mean, if they have jobs to bring on whatever you need to work, then when it just reaches 10 p.m. I sleep during the day. At 10 p.m. I know I can work everything, and what I'm going to pay is going to be very good. So when you look at such a study now, giving you the patterns of the power usage over time,
And you know there is a lot of power even at night that now you have to pay for during the day because the tariff is one. That can really come handy to come up with those tariffs. I did my studies in China, and I do remember occupying a house that when it reaches 10 p.m., the tariff actually falls by almost half until around 6 a.m. in the morning. So I mean, such kind of an incentive can really assist in that particular area. Yes, coming to the issue of sending power, I mean, using that method, I really don't want to go to Maxwell's equations, the magnetic and electrical fields. But yes, you can patent at the level of academics, and possibly there could be scenarios where the cost is no longer the driving factor. You know, there are certain instances where it may be very costly, and why it may not be very practical in certain environments, but it may call for that to happen. In which case, you are not looking at the cost consideration. I did mention that if you really have to transmit power over space, you might even have to consider if somebody was to be standing 5 meters away, what would be happening to him? You'll actually be flying. I mean, if you talk about the moment you start transmitting power over space, wherever it's passing, for it to go far, then whatever is on its way must really pay for it. So anyway, these are technologies we are developing, but definitely there are certain constraints that determine how technology operates. And when we talk about in the domain of electrical engineering, there are very simple basics that really govern how things move. I do know I worked in global organization for about 6 months, when of course fiber and good was happening. And for you to be able to transmit, to just get a very weak signal from the stationary satellites, that is the Intelsats, which are 23,000 miles away, you are dealing with possibly about 5,000 kilometers. You really have to use a dish, a microwave dish, that is 32 meters in diameter. But even then, the signal you are receiving is so low that you have to use what was called high power amplifiers to just be able to amplify to get that signal. So when you are really dealing with a lot of power, anyway, it is still academic, but again, you know, you can, if cost is not a consideration, and in certain situations, it might be relevant in that particular environment.
Thank you, Dr. Your question to that?
Just to add, that there is that company that has, there is one patent that was done by University of Oxford, and they have a company that is funded by some companies. There is electricity. I think electricity mostly they charge cars. So just at night, you just put your car in that system allows you to wirelessly charge your car. The distance is not so much. Also in Korea, they have roads whereby the vehicle moving, you have induction charging, so you can just transfer the power to vehicles on the roads directly without it's wireless. The distance is not allowed. Is it that one on by electricity?
Anyway, there's one called Emerald from New Zealand. Emerald, you can browse that. Emerald.
The one that I look at in the commercial has the standard electricity one that allows wireless charging.
Okay, thank you very much. Let's appreciate Nana and Daktari for at this point, I want to bring back the MC to bring us, to wind us down. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Engineer Jete. Thank you, panelists. Thank you. It was indeed a very interesting conversation. Wireless charging, cybersecurity. The moment I had cybersecurity, I literally stopped sending an email and now. But just to one small remark on that, IT and OT technology are coming to a convergence. And this is where we're having cybersecurity. And the gentleman who pointed out about the hack in the US, one of the hacks that you can go read later read about is the Colonial Pipeline hack, where they were attacked and they had to pay a ransomware of $4.5 million. And this is just OT technology that has been hacked, the usual SCADA networks, the usual OT technology. So I think, Chair, there is a conversation about cybersecurity that needs to come in the third annual conference. All right, so we are almost coming to an end. Thank you for your patience. We are now ready to have closing remarks. And to give these closing remarks is a gentleman by the name Godfrey M. Karaoke. Godfrey Karaoke, allow me to just give a brief profile. He's a distinguished economist and a business analyst and a strategist with long working experience in the power sector. His experience is specific in strategic planning, strategy formulation, planning, economic analysis, tariff formulation, investment appraisal, budgeting, research, and contracting, and of course, M&E. He is the chair of the Research and Development Committee at KETRACO, the team that has put this event together. Further to this, he has good working experience in the regional power trade frameworks and planning interconnectors in Africa. He holds an MA in economics and a BA economics and mathematics degree from both the University of Nairobi, and is a full member of the Kenya Institute of Management. Further, just a little bit on the softer part, Mr. Karaoke is involved in church and school development matters, and he likes socializing with family and workmates and listening to business news, and his passion for mathematics has never left him since his undergraduate. Ladies and gentlemen, please help me to welcome Godfrey Karaoke to give us closing remarks. Thank you.
Good evening, all of you. I think I'm coming almost last, but not the least. And for me, I'm very happy because for the team that was organizing this conference, you can see very good progress. So in fact, I was reserving my comments because I knew I'll come at the end. And first of all, the debate that was there for Obadiah's paper, that when I wrote at that paper, we will get data. Dr. Silol, we have been assured by the O&M team that data is available. So we want to facilitate Obadiah to get that data so that at least he can finish that paper. So it is very interesting. And now you agree with me why we allowed that paper to come to the conference, even when it is work in progress. Ladies and gentlemen, although it is written there, I'm doing closing remarks. It is not really closing remarks. What I'm doing is exactly like conclusion and the way forward. Because since morning, we have listened to very good papers. We have listened to Dr. Engineer Hiram Derito, and he talked about fault management. He also talked about fault detection and how we can do condition-based monitoring, which is very good. And he even talked about smart metering, smart grid. But you can also relate to what Obadiah has talked about, failures detection. So you can see the two are related, because Obadiah is coming to a situation where we are looking at the stochastic models. In fact, he has reminded me of my mathematics classes. The random probability function, things that you cannot predict precisely, but you can be able to do them statistically. So we are going to follow up on those two papers very closely. Then we have also listened to the technical efficiency, Matilda and Ototo, my two colleagues, and it was also emphasizing on efficiency in terms of cost and time in the value acquisition, which is also related to the paper that was done by Paul Maina and the Power Africa team. They were also emphasizing on various challenges and the processes that we undergo in terms of acquisition. I want to link everything that has been discussed, all the way from what the chief guest talked about in the morning. All of us, we are trying to ensure that there is sustainable development in electricity transmission. We want to ensure that what we are doing now is for the long term. And when we are doing that, we want to ensure that there is efficiency. Because efficiency in terms of value acquisition and efficiency in terms of O&M, all of them are talking about cost minimization. In fact, when Odette was struggling with that, in operation research, we call it optimization problems. And here we are dealing with cost minimization. Because all of us, nobody wants a high cost in everything that we do. And this debate of Obadia also generated into a planning problem. Because I'm also involved in the planning, where we talk about the risk cost. Because we are all looking at what is optimal for our consumers. Even when we are doing the planning, we look at the optimal development plan, which we call the risk cost. So from there, we want to ensure that there is availability and reliability of our transmission network. So you all agree with me that there is a clear demand and interest for research. In fact, all of us, it is a clear testimony that we are all interested in research. And as in KETRACO, we want to ensure that there is demand-driven research. Why demand-driven? We are trying to address the challenges that are affecting us. Oh, the peers in the morning mentioned all of them. The values, the cost, the financing, the vandalism, all of them. And because nobody knows about tomorrow, and all of us, when we are doing planning, what we call projection and prediction, you are dealing with uncertainty. We don't know what is coming tomorrow. And that's why we are doing a lot of modeling. And when we are doing modeling, we do with a lot of assumptions. And that's where now research comes in. Because it helps us now to tell us where our assumptions are coming close to reality, or whether we can do something that can help us in the future. So that is very good in terms of addressing the problems that we are facing. So I want to tell you that there is hope, because out of research we are going to get more innovations, new ideas, products and services, and this will add quality of life and standards to the services that we provide to consumers. And the bottom line is value for money. Why are we talking about cost minimization? We are using public money to do public investment. So unless we optimally utilize those resources to enhance efficiency, then nobody will see the value for money that we are using in our development. So we have already noted a lot of research in helping us in planning, predicting, and even risk mitigation. Because if you know a problem is coming into this form, the way Obadia is trying to tell us, even the stochastic factors can be modeled. Okay? Because right now, we are in the era of renewable energy, and Leonardo has talked about wind and solar. They are very unpredictable. They are very intermittent. And these are the power systems that we are bringing into our grid. So if you are not able to predict or to be able to have a clear picture of how these factors can come in terms of preparedness, O&M will be talking about different spare parts. Emergencies, you need these items to be ready. So that's why we need such systems, so that they can help us to be prepared about tomorrow. All of us, that is where we are heading to. So that one will help us to minimize the losses and also minimize the failures. And we want to provide an integrated service that is timely, reliable, stable, and predictable. That will be very good. So from these discussions, I've already noted that we have very good quality, well-researched, professionally prepared papers, because I personally and the team that I'm leading, we sat down and we went through all these papers, and they are very good. And we saw there is hope in terms of progressing these papers. So these papers are very rich, and they are very thought-provoking. In fact, you can see the debate, were it not for time, we could have even extended to 2 or 3 days because of the discussions that they are generating. So moving forward, we need such forums to harness these ideas. Because this is a clear testimony that we have ideas. People are ready to think. People are ready to provide solutions. And we cannot provide such solution when I'm seated in the office working through my outputs, meeting my targets. We need to come together and have a discussion like this. That's why we are going to promise you that we have started a debate. We have started a journey as KETRACO. We want this debate continuously engaged. We started in 2019, and from 2019, those of you who are there, remember the issue of financing came up, the issue of efficiency again came up, and these are the issues that we want to carry forward, so that all the solutions that are happening in our area, we will be able to minimize them. So, but we have also noted that even from your contributions, there is still room for improvement. All those papers that have been presented here, you could see even the discussant say, you can go do this and this. There is more work to be done. So I want to say that in research, these papers are working in progress. Because I'm told some people who are requesting for those presentations, we cannot share them the way they are. Because this is what that is being to be improved. If we share the papers the way they are, and they are going to be improved, it is like eating the food when it is not fully cooked. So I would really like to plead with you, you wait, so that we finish these papers. When they will be finally finished, we will be able now to share and disseminate all of them. But because of time, maybe you are not able to make your comments or any feedback. So the door is not closed. And because of those thought-provoking ideas, I really urge you to come up with more feedback, more ideas, and you can send them through research at ketraco.co.ke. Research at ketraco.co.ke. Any feedback that you send us will be very, very much appreciated. So in conclusion, what we are saying, in this journey, we will be disseminating our achievements, our outputs, and that's why I'm telling you, you wait. We'll be sharing these papers when they are fully finished. And I think even somebody in the morning mentioned about sharing the papers even in international journals, because we want wider readership. So we'll be doing that. And from there, we are also talking of developing capacity in KETRACO to undertake more research. And we encourage and promote innovations. In fact, we are really supporting this, even from our own internal staff. That's why you have seen that we have our staff now coming up, and we also encourage more people to support us. The other thing is we are also going to look at mobilization of funds to undertake research. We know research can be money consuming, particularly if you want to undertake the kind of research that we are thinking of. So very soon we will be approaching either some of you for partnerships or even sponsorships, so that we can be able to do some of these undertakings together. Because the PS mentioned very clearly in the morning, KETRACO is fully funded by the government. And we know the government resources are very constrained. Even now, the economy is not doing very well, particularly after the COVID-19 pandemic. So we'll be looking for support and also more engagement and partnerships, so that this research agenda will keep life and learning. So we'll be undertaking continuous engagement for all of you. And that's why I've given you that email address. If you have anything, we can consult you. So to conclude, KETRACO will therefore keep you posted on our agenda, outputs, and achievements, and we really rely on your support, cooperation, and partnerships. With those few remarks, I say thank you very much, and God bless you. And after the vote of thanks, we'll close the conference, and we look forward to the next one. So what I can tell you is, watch this space. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Godfrey. Thank you. We indeed look forward to this space. Ladies and gentlemen, the last part of the session is the vote of thanks and the closing prayer. This is going to be done by none other than Dr. Samson Kamau. He insisted not to give me a bio for me to read. And what I know about him is that he has a PhD in organizational development and transformation. But what I just wanted to say that he leaves that PhD of organizational development and change management and transformation in his life and in the corporate sector. He's currently the manager of risk and compliance at KETRACO and a member of the RDCC committee. So without further ado, please put your hands together for Dr. Samson Kamau.
I don't know if the sound sometimes, but let me try to touch it, so it's fine. Very well. Thank you, David, for that introduction. If you look around, you'll see that a number of tables are either quarter full, half full, or something like that, when you compare the morning. So my board of thanks will mention some of those people that are here in the morning, and they are not here with us. Our chief guest at session, the Permanent Secretary, Ministry of Energy, Dr. Joseph Ketraco, the CEO of GDC, Garrett Otieno, also in absentia. Our most valued invited guests, ladies and gentlemen, it is my privilege to have been asked to give a vote of thanks and offer a closing prayer on this very important event in the calendar of KETRACO. On behalf of KETRACO, specifically the board of directors and management, led by our CEO, FCPA Panel Baraza, I extend a very hearty vote of thanks to our chief guest for gracing this second research conference. He gave very interesting, thought-provoking address, which emphasized on the role of efficient and effective power in the attainment of the Vision 2030 goals. I kindly ask you that I know you want to clap, but you clap when I'm through. I acknowledge and thank representatives of the different universities that are present or invited and also present at Kenyatta University, Jomo Kenyatta University of Agriculture and Technology, University of Nairobi, Strathmore University, Technical University of Kenya, and Kenya School of Government. We are grateful to the Ministry of Energy agencies that are represented here. That is GDC, KenGen, Kenya Power, RERA, that is Rural Electrification and Renewable Energy Operation, Nuclear Power and Energy Agencies, and the Energy and Petroleum Authority. Also wish to express vote of thanks to the Kenya Institute for Public Policy Research and Analysis, KETRACO, the Kenya Private Sector Alliance, KEPSA, for gracing this occasion. We had participation from other important stakeholders, such as energy audits, firms, with contractors, independent researchers, and practitioners in the energy sector. I wish to thank this special group. The presenters did a splendid job, isn't it? You agree with me?
Yes.
Yes. So I wish to acknowledge Dr. Hiram Gerito, Matilda Mamburi, Edwin Ototo, Dr. Japhet Abiti, Paul Minor, Obadia Nyanya, and of course the moderators and the discussants. Thank you, presenters, for spending time and efforts in preparing the excellent and interesting research papers which you have presented today. As Godwin has mentioned, we can improve, we shall continue, and maybe actually continue with those papers for improvement. It is evident that your work was not a result of copy and paste, but well thought out research work. Having been involved in research work in the past, I know it's a lonely journey and at times frustrating. One lesson I personally have learned in research work is humility. The one key message that has been brought out by our presenter today is that electricity transmission infrastructure plays a critical role in bridging the gap between generation and distribution. The presenters have proposed solutions to some major challenges that are faced by this intermediation. Key among them, wave acquisition and vandalism, which affect quality and quantity of power in Kenya. These challenges require concerted efforts by all stakeholders to find suitable solutions. I wish to thank several other volunteers whom I cannot mention are here, who perform the logistics, the running around, doing a lot of things, even prayer, to ensure the success of this conference. I also wish to thank the Nairobi Serena Hotel fraternity for making our stay here very comfortable indeed. Your hospitality is one of its kind. Perchance, if I did not mention you, please know that we value your presence and contributions. Once again, ladies and gentlemen, I thank you all for your individual and collective participation and for blessing us with your presence and taking time off for your busy schedule, especially your friends, of course. We really appreciate it. Now, I want us to put our hands together. We'll clap 3 times so that we can close that chapter of photo dance. So you clap like this, like that. So 3 times. Let's start. Thank you very much. Now we can be upstanding for a closing prayer. Let's pray. Precious Lord, we are so grateful, Lord, that you've been together with us since morning up to this time, oh God. The Bible says in the book of Proverbs, chapter 2 and verse 6, that you're the source of wisdom, knowledge, and understanding, oh God. Today we have witnessed exactly that. That you have brought us together, oh God, even to look at some of the challenges that face us, especially the energy sector, specifically the power transmission. You blessed us with good knowledge, wisdom, oh God, and even understanding of the sector, oh God. And that's why today we have spent time here and listening, discussing, oh God, and contributing with Jehovah God to some of the challenges that face this sector, oh God. And we know this is not the end, oh God. Father, you're going to give us more wisdom. We're going to be able to tackle the challenges that we face today, and even the challenges that will come tomorrow, oh God, because you're the source of wisdom. Father, we thank you. Thank you so much, oh God, for the organizers of this event, oh God. We thank you even for the thoughts that you give them, hope and glory. And Lord, today we have witnessed, oh God, the fulfillment of those thoughts, oh God. We are so grateful, oh God. We come back to say thank you, Jehovah God, because everything worked out so well, oh God. The equipment never failed, nothing, failed, oh God. The weather was just good,